Welcome everyone to the show. I'm your host Don Vic. What's up? What's up? You already know the vibes. This is the show where you see new talent, new faces, and new stars all the time. Welcome everyone to the show. First, I want to send all the shout outs to everyone that tunes in on the show and shares my show. Thank you guys so much. Big shout out to YouTube, Instagram, Proud Post Network, the P3 family, and everyone around the world that tunes in. Africa, big shout out to Africa, Kenya, um, Ghana that show me so much love, Cameroon, Africa. Big shout out to Africa and everyone else around the world. Feel me? So, you know, before I get into my topic, which is a topic that I was talking about a couple of days ago, that a lot of people are kind of afraid to talk about it, but we shouldn't be afraid to talk about it because freedom of speech is for everyone. You know what I'm saying? But before I start talking about the topic, I want to shout out my brother Harley Wallen for putting out some great films out. I'm actually was watching one of his films called Don't Hang Up on Tubi. You guys should check it out. It's a great film. His wife, Teresa's also in this film. So it's amazing. You guys got to check it out. It's called Don't Hang Up on Tubi. Check it out. He got other films up there as well that are so dope. So make sure you guys show him some love. And big shout out to Harvey and his wife and his crew. Okay. Also, big shout out to my man T Bone, was on the show a couple days ago. I want to thank him for his time to come on the show. You know what I mean? Because this is all about the people. You feel me? Let's see who's on here. Nando, what's up, baby boy? Nando, what's up, baby? Thank you for logging in. Nando, it's a great guy, paranormal guy. Okay. Big shout out to Matt and Brian that they had the show earlier and they were picking on me. They were picking on me on the show, want me to go do a paranormal investigation, which is 99.9% that might happen. Okay. I love the paranormal, but I like to watch it from a distance, from like where I'm at. Okay. That's as far as I go. Okay, so I don't know. These guys been talking and planning on getting me on an investigation. They're gonna have to tie me up to get me to an investigation. Okay, because I know where I don't belong. Okay, so with that being said, you know, I want to get into this topic that I was talking about a couple of days ago about what's going on here in the world, all through the world, Hawaii being one, Canada, California, Texas, all these places that are under fire right now. And, you know, and it's starting to spread through all social media, and it's very, very important because, not just the fires, but the food industry, our water system, it's all being tampered with, and not too many people are waking up. I don't get it. You know, we're in a space right now where we should be shaking our pants. China is not trying, has bought in a lot of the land, the farmland out here in the United States. And I asked myself, how did that happen? We've been enemies with China for so many years, and how did China end up buying all this property? So between the president of China and Bill Gates, they're buying all the land, okay, the farmers' land. So you already know what that means, okay. And for those of y'all that don't understand what's going on, uh, you need to research it and pay attention to what's going on in the world. I mean, it's cool and fun that we're doing what we're doing now. We're bringing in uh, viewer guests on the show. We can talk to them and find out what they're doing, which is all fine and dandy. You know, it's okay to do that, but we really got to focus on what's going on in our world. You know, with our food supply, especially our food supply. That's major. You know, our food supply is major, and we really need to pay attention on what's going on in your neighborhoods, in the stores that you go to, your Shaws, your Stop and Shop, you know, and so on and so on. You know, slowly they're moving in these refrigerators and these electronic uh, uh, cash registers where they don't need employees. You know, the machines are doing it all by itself, and so you know it's really alarming. And you know, not too long ago, I went to the store and I seen them refrigerators up, like I said last team, and you know, it's all a matter of time before every time everything goes into play with these people. These elites don't care about us. They really don't. So don't think for 1 second because it's not at your door, it's not coming to your door. It's gonna come to your door. I don't care where you from or where you at. America is under attack, and and it's all through social media. So we the people, we need to stand together. And I say it all the time. We need to stand together. And I don't have hi Pam. And the reason why I'm talking about this again is because I want to spread the word. You know, I want to open people's eyes, you know, and see what's going on. And we need to come up with a solution, and that's to stick together. You know, September 1st was a day that everyone was supposed to not go to work and don't spend no money to try and take some type of control, you know, and hurt them where it hurts most, which is the pocket. Not too many people did it. I seen people going to work, you know, I seen people driving around and shopping. So obviously those people that were out there doing what they were doing, obviously either they're not aware of what's going on, they don't care because it's not at their front door, or they're okay with what's going on. I seen another post where a lady, she was going shopping, and she was shopping, and she was so excited that she was gonna pay with the palm of her hand. I'm pretty sure some of y'all seen that post on TikTok. Like, how can you be excited of something like that, or happy that you was gonna pay with your palm? See, those people are close-minded people. Those people don't see what's coming next. They don't see ahead. You know, and it's sad, you know, because let me tell you something. If you don't like people telling you what to do, I mean regular people like your neighbor or even family members trying to tell you what to do, can you just imagine? Can you just imagine if these people, the elites and the people in power, put their plan into play where they control everything, control the food system, the water system, your money, then what you're going to do? You know, and this is a serious issue here, folks. You know, and you know, we got people like our president that are not doing nothing for our own country. You know, they're and let me get this clear though. I don't mind helping people, right? I don't mind us helping other countries that are poor. But when you're selling billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine, right? And the crisis here in our states is just as bad, and you're sending $700 over to Hawaii to each family member, that's a smack in the face to the Americans. I don't care what part of the state or country you're from. That's a smack in the face. Okay. So that should open your eyes. Okay, and I don't see no one here in the states rallying up and bringing this issue to the White House. We do Million Man March. We do the gay parade was over there, you know, marching, saying that they wanted this, they wanted that. Everybody was, you know, Black Lives Matter. Everybody was protesting at the White House. Why are we not protesting at the White House for what's going on now? Because this is big. Okay, folks, this is big. And it's worldwide. And, you know, China, like I said, is buying all the farmers, all the food grains are coming from China and going from here to China. So sooner or later, we won't have any foods in our stores. Okay. So, you know, the fact that people don't want to talk about this is a problem because we should be. And if you're scared to talk about issues like this, then I suggest you find a hole or somewhere to hide. Because what's coming is coming and it's coming hard. Okay. So I feel bad for our future kids because, you know, they're trying to pass these laws in Congress, you know, and then you see, like I was watching on TikTok, Congress was asking some of these government people that work in the government, you know, like one I was watching. So the Congress was asking this lady that worked for the government, and 85,000 children were going through her office, and she was placing them in certain locations. And when they asked her where did she locate these kids, she couldn't even answer the question. She had no idea where all those kids were. 85,000. Come on, 85,000 kids go through my office, and I'm placing them, and wherever I'm placing them to sponsors or wherever, I gotta know where I placed one. You know, I gotta know where I placed one, but this woman had no idea where none of the kids that she came through her office was placed. Hmm. Okay. So so I came here today just to talk about this because it's important. It's important to me, to my children, and to you and to your children. And what these people are preparing for us is something that's never been seen ever before. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are up to date with what's going on, but they're trying to pass another virus. Let's call Seer, SEER, with Bill Gates. It's supposed to be coming soon. How do they know? So how do they know there's another virus coming? Supposedly a virus comes from somewhere, it hits, and then they try to figure out, you know, to a way to fight this virus. But they saying it's coming like they're the ones putting it out. You understand me? There's certain things they say that you got to pick up on. You know, so they're putting out a virus called SEERS, and it's supposed to be potent and it's supposed to attack your immune system, your breathing system. Okay. So I just want you guys to be aware and be prepared. You know, they want to mandate the mask again. They want to shut down again. You know, so this is the time for us to stand up as the people, you know, and my job as a host is to let you guys know what's happening, um, and spread the word nationwide. I'm not the only one doing. There's plenty of other podcasts that are doing it. There's plenty of shows that is that's talking about this situation. Um, and that's what we need to do. We need to spread the word. We need to wake everyone up. I know some of us are slower than others, but if we keep talking about it, and sharing it and posting things up, then eventually the slow ones will catch up. Okay, and if you just don't care, then um, then you're in hell of a trouble. Okay, if you don't care about what's going on and what we seeing happening with this government doing what they're doing to our people, then you just a cold-hearted person, you know. And I'm sure that if anything was to happen to you, you would want someone to come for your aid. So don't be selfish. Don't be, uh, you know, uh, don't act like you don't hear what we're talking about and turn your face the other way. Okay, because when it does knock on your door, you will want help. You will want your neighbor to run for your aid or help you with your kids. Don't wait till it's too late. All right, because as of now, this process is speeding up, and everyone needs to talk about this. You know, and again, it's not in your backyard yet, but it's close to your backyard. And I don't know about you people that live in Texas, or I know California is off the hook right now. They having their problems over there. You can see it. It's all on social media. But don't wait for this to come to your backyard. Stand up now, because what's coming is something dark. Okay. And if we let that darkness infiltrate our light, we're going to be in trouble. What's up, my brother? Anthony in the building. What's up, baby boy? So, yeah, Anthony, I'm here. I mean, if you want to come in, you want to talk about this issue, I can send you a link. We can talk. I want to hear your opinion on what's going on in our world today with, with the food industry, the water system, the vaccine, the government trying to bring in the currency. That's what I'm talking about. So if you want to come in, you want to talk about that, let me know. I'll send you a link. Because I want to know what other. Okay, cool. Give me a second, Ant. Give me a second, big dog. Okay, Anthony, just sent you the link. So, folks, you know, I just don't know how else to provide you guys with this information. I mean, it's all through social media, and I know a lot of you guys are on TikTok, and other sites, and can see what's going on. What's up, T-Bone? North Carolina, what's up? North Carolina. So, you know, my job, again, my job is to inform you guys on what I know and the information that I'm getting, through my researches, to wake up, see what's going on, and again, like I said, I spoke about this a couple days ago. As a matter of fact, I spoke with T-Bone about some of this, but I need to keep talking about it again, because there's so many people that are still asleep. You know, a lot of people are still sleeping, and the more we talk about this, the more we expand it through social media and to our friends and families. Then those that are not on board or on point with what's going on in society or in our world will eventually start to catch up and listen and start paying attention and maybe do some research on what's going on. Because, folks, the worst thing in the world is to be hungry. I don't know if none of y'all ever been through hunger, but I've been through hunger. When I was in prison, I was in the hole for 90 days. No, 90, yeah, for 3 months. For 3 months. And I only had 3 meals a day. But I'm a big dude. I eat a lot, you know. So sometimes I would get my food and I didn't want to eat it because I didn't like what they was giving me. So I would starve. I wouldn't eat for a whole day till the next day to see what they were bringing me to eat. And if I didn't like it, I wouldn't eat it. So I would go a day, two, maybe, yeah, 2 days without food, just water. And let me tell you, I felt my stomach touching my back, okay, for 2 days. That's the worst feeling, is not to have food. Okay, so can you just imagine your kids, your babies crying because their stomach hurt because they have no food, and then you have no access of food? Come on, folks. And I say this to aware you guys of what's coming. Okay? And if you don't have the mark of the beast or the mark or whatever it is that this government is trying to do, to go into the store, because see, in Australia, they have the store now. To get into the store, you gotta put your palm or chip yourself in. Then when you get in, they got like these sliding like them train what do you call them, slots, where you walk in, you put a quarter in, and you can slide in. Those two, you got to go through the doors, scan. You got to go through that, scan to get inside to the store. Then when you get inside the store, whatever you're gonna go buy, say the meats are in the refrigerator. You got to scan for the fridges to open so you can get your food. Then you got to go back, pay, scan yourself. When you're walking out, you got to scan yourself again to be able to walk out, and then scan yourself again to walk out the door. So you're scanning yourself like 4 or 6 times just to get into the to the market. I mean, is that something that you guys want? And then they got the camera surveillance. Anywhere you go, they're watching, they're scoping you. If you jaywalk, if you jaywalk or you commit a crime, the cops ain't coming for you. You know, you jaywalk or you do something or you steal something, they're going to charge you right on your credit card. It's going to take the money right off your credit card. So you ain't going to have no type of power or say so about them taking money straight out of your account because you committed a crime, and they want to fine you, and they're going to go straight to your account and take your old credit cards. You can't sit there and say, oh, I'm going to pay the credit cards tomorrow or next week. No, they're going to take it right there and then. Anything you owe them, they're going to take straight out of your account. So you won't have time to even say, I'll pay this next week. I'm going to take this piece of money and go buy groceries, because it's not. And then if your credit is low, if you got bad credit, then you won't be able to buy nothing. Can you imagine that? Mike, what's up, baby? What's up? What's up, Anthony?
What's
What up,
up? What's
brother?
going
What's up?
on? Oh shoot.
You, man, what's up?
Let's see.
Los Angeles is in the building. What's up, Mike? So, how's your day going?
Going pretty good. It's just getting some stuff ready, trying to get everything ready for this Fear Fest that I'm going on.
Okay. That's what's up. Welcome to the show. You know how we do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my sound right. I don't know where I'm
I can hear you.
coming through.
Yeah, folks. So
Yeah, it's just
this is Anthony. He is a paranormal investigator. Um, he investigates dolls, and
all right. Here we go. I got my sound right. I had the wrong
you got
button
your
pushed
sound.
over there.
Check one. Check one.
Yeah. Check,
Yeah.
check.
So big shout out to Los Angeles as well. There's a lot of stuff going on in Los Angeles as well. You know, a lot of things going on through social media. You know, even the SAG actors also they're on strike. So many bad things happening around the world. You know, so Anthony, are you ready?
Yeah.
So what's your take?
Let's do this.
Yeah. So what's
My
your take? Your opinion on what's going on around our world? Let's just start with the. Let's just start.
Yeah, my take. I'll listen to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
With which one?
With the fires. Let's talk about the fires.
Yeah, them fires, man. Everything's got me riled up over here. I've been thinking about doing another podcast too because I do get out there and I get in trouble. I got kicked off YouTube for doing a podcast already. They said I violated the WHO policies, which stepped on some toes. But that's cool. That's good. I liked it. That means I was doing something good. And
That's right.
and I mean, I'm all over this. These things that are going on over here. Of course, TikTok. I mean, everybody makes fun of TikTok, but TikTok right now is where we get in our news from.
That's right. It's the new media. Yeah,
we don't
right.
get. It's the new media. I mean, those are actual people that are coming out and have actual video. I mean, what better do you want? I mean, this is not edited. You can't take all of it. You can see,
Right.
but majority of it, you can see, especially what happened in Maui. I mean, that right there is that's just out there, man. I mean, cars that melted with the aluminum run that made it run. I mean, that's a lot of heat. I mean, that's not just a normal fire. They did the temperatures on what it takes to melt that like that, and it's way beyond what the fires are. And of course, you get into all these conspiracy theories and you be called all kind of stuff. Like at work, I'm always looking like the one, oh yeah, what's your conspiracy this week, man? It's like, dude, it's not a conspiracy, man. If you just freaking look at it and open your eyes. But that's what blows me away is that I can't get it past my head on some people on how they think. People scare me more than the stuff that's going on. Your neighbors, you know what I mean? Because me myself back when Black Lives Matter started, all that crap there, I hunkered down, went to the freaking gun show, man, and I bought me a whole bunch of stuff. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I know it's only so much you can do, but I'd rather have something than I have nothing.
That's right.
And I bought some pretty nice equipment there.
and you need to.
But it's just right. I mean, when they come knocking, when they come banging on your door, man, it ain't gonna be no, Jesus loves you, man. Can you please not do this? That ain't gonna help right there at that point. Right. And so, yeah, but these fires, man. With me down here, the fires guys got me riled up because, of course, I know, man. I can see it, man. It was a dim weapon that they used, the direct energy beam. There's no way. I mean, I've seen footage of it that where it's got lines. I mean, like every house, has this square footage. You know what I mean? If you look on the satellite, you can see your neighborhood. How can a fire burn only in a straight line in a perfect square and stop?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It can't.
Exactly.
I mean, you can. I mean, to most of us that know about this stuff, I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, it's just like out of the movies. We see these sci-fi movies and stuff when they use those lasers like that.
Yeah.
And then like I said, none, the governor he already had put he um he wrote a bill right before that if anything happened of a disaster like that the government would take the land. It's how ironic that everything was put in place right before the fires. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I mean, it's kind of like, but they've gotten away with so much stuff now that they're not even hiding nothing. It's
Right.
just right in your face because nobody really rises up and does anything.
Right. You know what? It's the end of days. So everything is
Yeah, I
out.
mean,
Everything God says, everything will come to the light,
yeah,
and it's coming to the light. And so those lasers that you're talking about, they say it's a storm that did it. You know, when a wildfire, a legitimate wildfire starts, and we know because it's happened in California a lot, and so and other uh, places where where it's very very hot, they burn everything in the way. It doesn't say, okay, I'm burning. Oh, that's Anthony's house. We're gonna bypass Anthony's house and keep burning over here. Oh, there goes Don Vic's house. We're not gonna burn Don Vic's house. We're gonna turn the fire and go this way. A fire don't do that. A fire, wherever
yeah,
it's heading, whatever it's in its way is gonna burn. And
right.
and
And that's what I'm
anyone,
saying.
yeah,
When you see the pictures and everything, I mean, come on, man, it's just there's so much already evidence. They're putting up a wall because they don't. Over there, the cops were told to keep the people in.
oh my God, that's
They
insane.
block the exit points. You know what I mean, and they won't let them out. And they even one cops told there was a guy talking about it. And he was upset, of course. That he was just taking orders. Okay, taking orders from who?
From who?
And then all the children that are let loose, out of school while the parents are at work, and all the children disappear along with the parents. I mean, there's nobody there to grieve them because they're not there, but they can't find the children and they won't tell them how many children there is. Yet I think there was like, I forgot how many buses they showed, two buses, and I think each bus held about 72 kids. So you do 12 times 72, you know. And this is where it all ties in because to me, this is where it goes because here's the children that they let them loose. They disappear. There's nobody there to claim them or anything because the parents disappeared too. And then you got Oprah and you got all these elites there that have been tied in with child trafficking already.
Yes.
That a lot of people don't talk about, and
Right.
they have their big houses there. There's tunnels in that
Yes.
in
There
that
are
in that
tunnels in
city where
Hawaii.
they
I've
have
seen
built
it.
underneath. See, right.
Yes.
So the thing is, and you got the billionaires that are there, and you got the ones that are been involved. They've been accused of. I know they have. They are. Tom Hanks has his thing. I can't stand. And then you can find. That's why the dude left. He left here and became a citizen of Greece.
Mm,
Not about a couple of years ago. He did that. I wonder why. You know what I mean?
right.
Yet all these people have their houses there, and then they show up, and then they're buying up the lands, but they're all tied in. But then you got kids that disappear. That's the thing, you know, and
Right.
and and uh and so it's all tied in with what they're doing. And now they're just taking over everything, down to that cloud, that orange cloud in New York. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the one
Yeah.
that got me kicked off. That's the one that got me kicked off YouTube because I did a podcast about that, and I just started laying this. They're just releasing all these things here, and of course in New York too. We're talking about bringing in the to lock. The governor came out on that one and said too that they were gonna have to people stay inside, do the lockdown again, wear the mask. It's these power hungry people, this government, this administration that we have now,
Yeah.
from Joe. This guy is just freaking nuts, what I mean? And nobody does. They just laugh about it. You
Right.
come if we, man, I couldn't. I'll be in prison already if I ever got around him. you know, but from that, man, to here in Texas, I've brought up too that right now. I even called it out on one of my other podcasts. I want to know where those 87,000 children, where they go, where they at,
Right, because I've seen Congress talking to this lady that worked for the government, and the kids, 85,000 kids went through her office, and she was placing them to sponsors or locations. And when they asked her where did she send the kids, she couldn't even answer. She had no idea. She couldn't even say one of the kids. She tried to change the conversation, and the congressman was like, it's either yes or no questions. Do you know what some of these children's are, where these children go? She couldn't answer. So definitely there's something going on there.
Yeah.
So
my thing is, the border is open. The border, they welded the doors open on the border, on the wall. They're welded and chained up open, and they have compounds that are built. All the Walmarts down south, when COVID came on, they didn't open up. They use the Walmarts to hold. One Walmart will have nothing but girls, and one Walmart will have nothing but boys. What are they doing?
What are we doing? And what's that all about? What's that all about?
What are they doing with that? That's where they're trafficking them out, man. That's what they're doing. Right. All this stuff with Epstein and everything. But see, here's another thing. All these things cause distractions. You know what I mean? There's distractions from what Joe Biden is doing, from what the administration's doing, and everything. But trying to put Trump in jail for 400 years. I mean, it's just all distractions, man, of all that. But the thing is that what happened to Maxine? Epstein's wife, that lady that was with him. What happened to her? What happened to that story?
Exactly. Yeah. So, and
you don't hear nothing about that anymore.
No, and the thing is that this is going all through social media. It's all going through all platforms, and my thing is that when are we the people going to stand up and go rally at the White House about this? Because we did it for Black Lives Matter. Everybody marched to the White House, and we all, everybody was there protesting. They did it for the COVID and whatever. But this is much bigger. This is something that can destroy human race, where it can make us all slaves, and I don't see people really worried. I mean, there are some that are worried because people do talk about it. I'm not going to say people don't worry, because there are, but there's another majority of people that, act like that's not coming to their front house, like it's not going to affect them. And so this is why I'm doing the show.
And that's the problem.
Right. Because I want to put the message.
That's the problem that people don't realize this. I mean, even to our food, I mean, everything. I mean, our food is just freaking nasty now. I mean, it's gotten bad. I mean, all the stuff that you start to hear that's in it, chicken, that you can out of HEB Walmart, you can go in and the chicken, you take it apart. I mean, it comes apart in layers. I mean, it's synthetic lab chicken, especially our water. I mean, our water is jacked up like I don't know what, and all that's affecting us. I've always felt this, that when they did the COVID shots, then they were putting in this little nano things, like because I know they also have found this like a rain or something that happened that was foaming up, but there was metal. It was
Yeah,
actually like from the chemtrails. There was metal, so we're
yeah,
breathing in all these metals or whatever they are,
right.
And then what's crazy about it is in Maui, the cars that were all in the street. I don't know how many. It was a bunch of cars because it's gonna be a whole bunch of them. They were all melted down that the glass melted. You know what I mean? And it just evaporated. And like I said,
Yeah,
that fire, a forest fire, doesn't create that much heat to liquefy and
yes.
disintegrate the glass. But all the doors were closed on the cars,
Mhm.
and so they don't want people to go in there because there was saying, well, I've heard this talk too, and I believe it because I've seen this. I've seen these beams at work, and I think that the people were evaporated right in their car.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah,
I know because
100%.
if you got a fireman and you got 80, 90, 100 cars, and you can't get out, you can't leave, and you get out, you're not gonna close your door to your car. You're gonna get out in a panic. You're just gonna open the door and jet. You know what I mean? Just
That's right.
but yet all the doors were closed on the cars. So no, so everybody got off and just calmly closed their door in their car. It's going to
Yeah,
be some people just going to panic to the max and they're just going to get out and jump out and that's it. Forget the car
right. Yeah, and some of
doors.
them,
But
some of
none
them
of the
were
car
even,
doors were open.
some of them even had seatbelts on. You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm
a,
saying. So the people
a
just
big fire. Yes,
disintegrated that hit.
that's right. They didn't see it coming. It just happened. Boom, zap, and they were gone. And
Yeah,
so another thing, the farmers. With Bill Gates and China buying all the farmland here in the U.S. My thing is this: United States and China always had problems. So how is China buying all this land in America? Like, how are they letting that happen? You
yeah,
know, how are you going to let a communist country come into our territory, buy land, and then take the crops back to China, sending it to his place, and leaving us with nothing, which is going to try to turn us into a communist country as well? Because if they control the food, they control the people. Because we need food to survive.
yeah,
So that's another thing that bothers me. Like, how is China buying all this property in the U.S.?
yeah. It's just all tied in together. I've done research on this and I've looked at it because, like I said, I am like back. It started way back, even before Bush and all that.
Yeah. Yes.
It started way back, but they didn't have the technology that they have yet. That they have now. Of course, the technology that we see now, even with the military, that ain't nothing. That's old news. They got stuff that's way beyond that we don't even can even seen yet. You have to watch Star Wars
Right.
just to get an idea of what they have.
Or the Simpsons.
So this
Or watch the Simpsons.
yeah yeah I was just fixing to say that. It's like how is it that the Simpsons, man, that cartoon can nail it even to the four blue umbrellas that were there that didn't
Yes.
burn.
Yes.
And like they're saying, the frequency that they use on that beam, it's just like your microwave. And I explained this to a coworker the other day because he was giving me a hard time. I says, look at it this way. How you got your microwave? I says, you can get your microwave. You put your food in there. You can put it on a piece of cardboard, or a piece of a cardboard plate, whatever. The cardboard plate's not going to get hot and burn. Put a piece of bologna in there for 10 minutes, there ain't going to be nothing left of it. You know,
Right. Right.
or
Or
if
you
you put metal in there, see the metal will react and
it might blow
ignite.
up. It might blow up.
That frequency is
Yeah.
right. So that frequency is made only to cook meat. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
the paper that it's on or the cardboard that's on. You know,
Right.
now you could switch the frequency and catch the cardboard on fire and not catch the meat on fire. So that's how that beam is working there. Where and even the colors, like that's why they have the color, the blue, because that blue it diverts that frequency.
Right. Right.
So that's why those blue umbrellas did not catch on fire, but everything else around it, neither did the trees, because the
Right.
treat. So you know that's I mean it's not. I mean we are not people today. We are not as dumb as we were. I'll put it that way. I mean, that's what I can say. You know what I mean? We're a lot smarter than we were, 20, 30 years ago. You
Right.
know, so we can see stuff just because of us knowledge of technology. We can figure it out really quick. I said, this ain't. It's not that hard to figure out. But they think that they were not, because they keep doing all these little things like this and seeing how much they can control, which they started with COVID. You know what I mean?
Right.
That one right there, they saw how far they could push the people. Can we push them inside and keep them in there? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Can we create a panic and all this stuff? And they did. And then now, of course, now people are regretting that ever took that jab. We didn't take it. My family didn't take it. You know, and so that's but I think that now those people, they have something in their body that'll react to whatever frequency that they want to use. If they want to agitate that metal, that metal, whatever it is that they
In your
have in
system.
their bodies now, agitate it like that where it heats up.
Right. Because
Right, it'll
some of
heat
those.
up and you just freaking catch on fire and disintegrate.
Right. Because some of those people that were in the water in Maui were saying that their skin felt like it was going on fire. So obviously that frequency was starting to affect their skin because of the metal that was in their bodies.
Right.
And what I know too is that all these states that are on fire, they're on fire for a reason. I heard they want to put 15-minute cities in every location. So the people that are buying it and creating these new developments, I want to create the 15-minute cities where it's actually a prison. You live in the apartment, you got the gym, you got the food in there, you got everything you need in that development where you don't have to leave that house. And that's insane. And then they're also having a time limit where you can leave from 6 to 9. I forgot what country. I don't know if it's Australia or somewhere in the UK, where you leave, and then at a certain time they got these round metal things that come from the street, and they go up, so you can't leave the city.
Right.
So that's basically a prison. And this is what they're talking about, that they want to do in all these locations. And also the reason why they're doing all this in the islands is so all the elites can go over to the islands and leave us all in the city, so they can control us from the islands in. And they're going to have all these, planes and shit, planes and what do you call those little ones that you can record it? The drones,
The drones.
patrolling the waters, so that you can't get from, say, New York to Cuba. You can't get there because you got to go through waters, and anything that goes in there, if you feel it's a threat, they can shoot you. They can beam you from there. Boom, the boat's going under. So that's another thing I've heard. I don't know how true that is, but that makes so much sense, that we got all these rich people going to the islands and trying to control these islands. And,
Right.
and all of a sudden talking about 15-minute cities. So
Right.
it's something that we all need to talk about. It says people that need to hear this conversation isn't on here, but need to be. If you're talking about bullshit, they will listen. If you're talking about something that's real, they get ghost. Yeah, you're right. But you know what, T? I'm still going to talk about it, because for those that want to listen, for those that need to be awoken, we're going to wake them up, and because this conversation is very important. This is not just for me, not just for Anthony, but for his family, for my family, and for everyone around the world that's not awakened yet. So I'm trying to awake other people to what's going on. And, you're right. A lot of people don't like to talk about this conversation because they're in denial, but
Yeah.
we're going to do our job as talk show hosts. We're going to do what we can to put the message out there to those that are still sleeping. What's up, Sean?
Yeah,
You know,
and okay, and I know that we're not going to wake up everybody because there's going to be some hard-headed people that just don't get it. Just like these 81 million people that voted for the other guy. Yeah, whatever.
yeah.
And
Well,
but it
yeah,
just amazes me. Like I said, that people just don't freaking get it, man. They don't get it. They just keep on. There, like I said, I am more afraid of my neighbors than I am of the military or anybody else is going to, because your neighbors are those goofy ones that don't know what to do when the time hits. They're the ones that are going to rat you out or whatever it is, or turn against you. Say, yeah, those guys right there, them people
yeah.
down the street. You know what I mean? That's what's going to happen. The people will start, like the Joker said in the Batman movie. When it comes down to it, people are going to start eating each other. You know what I mean? And it's probably going to be literally, but it's going to be where they're just going to be ratting people out. Yeah, this guy over here, he's talking about all this stuff. He's the one you want.
Right,
and those are the ones that I'm more cautious about than anybody else. The rest of them are not that hard to do, but I mean, yeah, from the water, from everything, especially here in over there in Dallas. There's another plant that caught on fire and everything.
Oh wow.
They're working their ways to when they're going to cut just the electricity off, and once they cut that electricity off, it's that changes everything really quick.
Oh,
Because that shuts down the water, because there won't be no pumps to pump the water. So everything. I mean, it don't take much, and they've already tested it. They tested their theory with COVID, with the lockdowns and all that. And leading people like herds. Everybody was lining up to get this shot, and they saw what they could get away with. So now they're just going even further with it. I just don't understand it, Vic. I don't get it. I was telling my wife the other day, because me, yeah, I like money. Yeah, I like money. Who don't, right? And it's not that I like it, but I like to have enough money to do whatever I need to do. Yes, who don't? But these people with power like that, and it's kind of like with money, with billions of money like that, it's kind of like, why is it that y'all want to do this? Why? Okay, you get the world, you got it. You lay down in bed, and you are the king, the master of all the world. Now what? I mean, I would be bored. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even think. Why would you want to eliminate, genocide people? Because that's what they did in Maui. That's what they did. And not only there, but also too, what happened to the war with Russia and Ukraine? And isn't that still going on?
Yeah, and they don't even talk about it.
We're still sending billions of dollars over there. Right. You don't talk about it no more. So I see what happened to Maxwell, the lady. She disappeared. Don't hear about it no more.
Yeah.
All this, that's the biggest one. What happened with the Pizzagate? The red shoe deal. Okay.
Yeah.
They're all in there. That's what I mean. That's when some of the actors like Tom Hanks took off, got out of here, went to another country where he can't be prosecuted in any kind of way if anything when it comes out. These stories just disappear. They just disappear. Right. Yeah, we can't get it. And then you got, of course, our administration is freaking screwed up. I don't know what right now. And I really don't think, I don't know. I feel like this is time to say it. I don't think there might not be another election.
Hey, by the way it's going, I don't even think so, because that's the whole reason of putting Donald Trump away, to try to get the votes to keep the clown in office, and again, it's like everybody's got an agenda, right? The politician are doing something. Bill Gates and the president of China is trying to buy all the farm land here in America. And then you got the people out in the government out in Maui.
Where they're buying all the land.
So this is what killed me today. I seen a post with Oprah and The Rock asking for donations to help two billionaires that can probably rebuild Maui by themselves are asking for donations to help. Like, come on,
Yeah.
I mean, like, really? That's a smack in the face.
Yeah, they've taken that one on TikTok pretty good. I mean, yeah, because it is. I mean, you get as much money as they have, and Oprah already bought 1,000 acres already accumulated,
Yeah,
around her property.
so
I
she need
mean,
donations to build her
once,
her land with our tax money.
yeah,
You know,
it's just like the money. I mean, that money will disappear. Where's that money going to go to? You're not going to know. It's just like when I go to the store. Um, man, I sometimes it gets to me because I think, but it don't. I mean, it doesn't. It don't. Every time you go pay something, you'll pop the little thing will pop up. Do you want to donate $1 to this? I don't know
yeah,
where that dollar is going. It's like, man, it's like if you can imagine how many people do, or it just tells you, would you like to round off your money and give the change away? Well, nickels and dimes add up in one day of
all
how many
around the world.
millions
Yeah,
of people. Right, right. Just here in the United States, how much money is that a day, a week, a month? You know what I mean? And you don't even know where it's going. It just takes and takes and takes and takes on everything.
yeah. It's like tax. It's like
There's
just
even
like
a thing
taxing us
that,
again.
yeah, it's even the thing is that we are the federal government. It's not even a government. It's its own entity because we owe this money to the Queen. Because they helped us out in the war.
Yeah,
Back in 1870 something, it's like, well, God damn, how much money did they charge? Because from that point to now, how
yeah,
much money have they already gotten? This is why they own the United States is always being called a corporation, and we're just people that live in it. That
right,
we're just puppets and slaves. Actually, we are slaves because we can't go anywhere. I mean, we
right.
have to present stuff. We're not. You think you're free, but you're only free to go work. That's all you
Right.
are. In your own companies, they'll demonstrate that. Your own company will. Anywhere you work at will demonstrate that.
Yeah, and you know all this money, even like taxes. That said that's not even on the constitutional. You know, on the on the constitutional law. It's
Your
supposedly
income tax.
taxes is voluntary from the people to volunteer to pay taxes. I never volunteered for that, so I don't know who they're talking about. That taxes are voluntary. When they're taking it out your check without asking you if it's okay if they can take taxes out your check for whatever their agenda is, right? So
Yeah,
now
there's no law in the Constitution for that.
now what it is they want to do this new world order to create new laws that benefit them and not the people. And that's the thing that we need to stop from happening is having them try to create new laws, you know, put away the ones that we have, put away the ones that we already got and create new ones to benefit them, the elites, the rich, the billionaires, you know. So that's a problem. Um, you
Yeah,
know, and
they're trying to
also
pull this off by the year 2030. So we got 2023, maybe 24. We got what 6 more years. They're gonna have all this in place, and the way they're going right now, it looks like it's gonna happen. The only thing that I foresee of this is this that it's gonna happen. We're not united. The people
yeah,
are not united yet enough. We're gonna be. I think what this is gonna turn into is like what you've seen in these movies like Mad Max and all this, where
yeah,
you got
or
the
like
the
Eli, the
rebels.
Book of Eli, like the Book of Eli with Denzel Washington and Mad
Right.
Max.
You
Yeah,
got the rebels, that are outside the city because once they get these cities, they'll probably end up building a wall around it. For that, they will build a wall. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And they're gonna put so much junk out here with viruses or whatever that if you step outside of that wall, you're gonna die because it's just a desert. That's all it is. There's nothing there. Everything's already dead because all the chemicals, whatever they sprayed in the air. So
yeah,
the cities are the smart cities that you're talking about.
yeah.
That's the only ones that are gonna have it. They're the only ones that are gonna have electricity. You know what I mean?
And
Boston
the
don't have
FEMA camp.
electricity. Right. Boston will have electricity, but New York won't. You know what I mean? Or vice versa. So you have to go into there. Once you go in there, then you're gonna have to take something to they're gonna track you and whatever it is, like what you're already doing. You know, from the money thing from our cards, not like you were talking about, um that where they can you can shut your card off, you know what I mean? And money's no good. I mean, the only way they're going to use money or trade is outside of that wall. So you can either be
Right.
outside in that wall in the desert and try to survive on your own, or you can be in the city with this kind of electricity and have
And
food
they
and
run the
everything.
life. And you're
Right.
definitely a slave. You're definitely a slave. I seen a post with FEMA camps. FEMA camps have everything in there. They got, you know, bathroom, everything you need in that FEMA camp. And then they got drones flying around and you can't escape if you try to. They got thousands of they look like a project, you know,
Yeah.
like projects, but it's a FEMA camp. So
Yeah.
you gotta ask yourself, why are there so many of these camps? Like, what's the purpose for these camps? They're not renting them out to people,
Yeah.
you know. So, what's the agenda with that? You
Yeah.
know,
It's
so
the
these are
same
things that
thing. Like right now, they're still flooding down here in Texas on the border. They're still open. They're still flooding every day, every day, every day. And then they're separate. They don't show you this stuff, but they're separating the young men and they're putting them in another camp. So they're building an army of young men from all over, from Honduras, from China, from Russia, from everywhere.
yes,
It's not just Mexico. It's
soldiers,
from everywhere.
soldiers.
Right.
Hmm.
So they got them all categorized. They got all the young men over here in this big facility. They had the children, the women, the girls in one facility, the boys in another facility. Everything is being categorized. It's a system that they're using right now. And now, of
Yes,
course, they're burning up the lands, burning up the cities. They can burn up just your block and keep all the other ones as they already proved it. You know, I saw one video from a lady that it showed the fire. It showed a big, nice house, and then and behind her house was the forest or the trees. The palm trees, whatever.
yeah,
Over in Hawaii, the fire burnt, came all the way back to that backyard, jumped the house, and then in front of the house, from there, it's the ocean, and
yeah.
melted the cars in front of it, jumped the house, but burned everything behind it. How does a fire
Wow.
do that? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not. It's not, man.
it's the laser. It's that laser thing you were talking about. That's
You
the
know,
only
there's
thing that can do that.
and I mean, they started with that weaponizing the satellites and all that stuff. A long time ago.
Years ago,
It's like
years ago.
yeah, it's like I said, just now they finally got the technology up to where they wanted, and
Mhm.
now they're able to do that. I mean, you can watch films, on what the
Yeah,
military has with sound to controlling
yeah,
people with sound frequency,
yeah.
crowds and
Frequency.
everything. You're
Yeah,
gonna see all this stuff. I mean, right now we're gonna talk about it till we're blue in the face, or they shut the internet off. Eventually, I mean, all they gotta do is shut off the
yeah.
lights, and that's it. Everything's gone and
Right.
but I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to eventually happen to that point where it's going to be the rebels, the people, they're going to stand up against them. A lot of them going to die. A lot of us are going to die. But
Yeah.
and it's going to be like that. But they're going to do it. They're going to build it because the
Agreed.
yeah.
They
But
agreed.
it's just the people will not look at it. You know what I mean? Will not look at it. I've thought about, like I said, I've talked to my wife the other night. I said, you know what? Uh, I like this podcasting stuff, man. But you know what? I think I see now how powerful this can be for the time that we still have. You know what I mean? Because we do get out. We get out. Me and you, we can get out a lot of places. You know what I mean? We're all over. So
Right.
even if we can just get some people just to start waking up on this and seeing it, that because I think it's going to take something really big. Like I said, when they shut off that grid, once they shut off that grid, that's when people are going to start freaking out, and you're going to have your ones that are going to panic and die, and you're going to have the ones that are going to get together. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And those are the ones. But I still think they're going to. I still think they're going to succeed in their agenda. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be you'll literally, I mean, you're going to be going against military. You know what I mean? If you got
And
one
that's
cop that's stopping people from getting out, can you imagine the military with tanks? And another thing, all these armored vehicles have been going to all these cities.
yes, I
Why are
seen
they
them.
Why are they going?
Exactly. I seen some in Philadelphia, tanks and choppers.
Yeah, we
Hi,
have
and
we have a right here by my house. I mean, we have one of the major railroads, and I've seen the tanks on those railroad on those on that railroad. Just
right,
on the train, just tank after tank after tank. You
right,
know, where are they going? I mean, and
right.
then where they're going out to the cities, but as we already know, we already seen them. They're placing them in different cities for
Yes,
what? I mean, you know,
right. And that's why, Anthony, I like to talk about what I like to talk about this issue because we need to. I didn't know that about Texas. Now I know because you said it. You see what I'm saying? So by communication and we talking about it, now I know what's going on in Texas through you.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And other people that didn't know that there was trains carrying military tanks on a train. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
we do have the power in our voices and through our shows to let the viewers know what's going on in each country, in each state. And we need more people like you and I to stand up and come into our shows and talk about what they see in their state, what's going on in the state, so that we can spread the message through our platforms and let our people know, hey, this is happening now. Like, we need to unite and I know they say bear arms, but that was, people need to bear arms. I mean, because what's coming, you need to protect yourself.
yeah,
And I see why they're after people for the guns, because without us having guns, and we don't have nothing to fight back with. But if people arm themselves, then they got a problem. They can't just come into your city and take over because there's guns out there. People are prepared to fight, you know. But by taking all the weapons from the people, then they know that we can't fight back.
yeah.
Because
Well,
if,
well,
if if I
Texas
know you got a weapon in your house, I'm not going to come in your house and try to tell you what you need to do or try to drag you out your house. I got to sit back and wait because I don't know what you got in your house.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you know, so there, I feel like you're right. They're putting everything into place to when thing happen and people start riding out, they're going to send in the tanks and the military. But another thing with that drives me nuts. If I was a military, right? If I was in military and I see what's going on, I'll drop my gun. I said, wait, I'm against this because this is gonna affect my cousins, my family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not with that. So that's another thing that I don't understand why the people that are in the military are still moving forward with this agenda. Because if every soldier that has common sense see what they're trying to do, will say, wait a minute, I don't want to be a part of this, and I'm not going to go kill my own people. I'm
Yeah.
dropping the rifle. I'm done. Because if military does that, then what military do they have to fight?
Right. They will.
None.
I believe they will. I mean, like I said, it's going to be a whole lot of them because they're not going to go kill civilians. I mean, what is the cause? I mean, they're not the enemy. I mean, they're not literally trying to take me over and kill me. You know what I mean? So, many of them will, but a lot of them won't because they're already made like that. It's just like that cop that was holding off the traffic. You know what I mean? One cop held the whole traffic back. I would have ran him over. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? I'm a different cut. I'm gonna freaking, I'm gonna floor it and go right through you if you don't move. You,
Right,
you know what I mean? Especially
right.
they weren't even letting people go in and get their kids because the kids were already gone. I think those kids are underneath those tunnels. That's what they did. They got all those buses. They came up missing, and they went and picked them up as many as they could, and they took them down there in the ground. And like I said, and it happens that Oprah is down there. One of the spokesmen's down there, when she's been involved in all this kind of stuff too before. You know what I mean? She's in it. She's in it. They're all in it. You know,
Of course.
and they that's what they are. I mean, Disneyland. Disneyland's another one. This you get me started on Disneyland. You got
Yes.
you got people out there, you know, at the park and getting on rides, but do they know that there's a park? There's another facility under that's bigger than Disneyland,
It's six. I heard it's like 6 miles down.
right? And it's
Of
different
yes,
levels.
different levels.
Yeah,
And what's going on there, nobody knows. They got this thing called the 33. What's that 33 for in Disney? You know,
the
so
Freemasons.
right. So, a lot of us are woken, right? You and I and some of the people that are here on my panel and people that are probably watching on Parapost and YouTube. Um, we need to wake up the ones that are not awakened, um, or the ones that are awakened but they don't truly believe in it. They need to see what's really going on, because I see beyond what's happening. You and I can see the future. Let's say, let's put it like that. We can see what's going to happen in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And that's why we're talking about it, because it's going to affect you. It's going to affect me. So we got to get all the SS together, all the Bloods and Crips, and say, listen, we got to get together. We got to join, because when things come, we got to fight, because it's going to come down to that. And I think the worst thing of all is, like I said, the food industry. If they shut down the food and the water, that's what we need to survive. What are we going to do to survive? I know there's people out there that created machines where you can get water just by the air. This black brother created some machine where you can get water out of nothing. He out of just the air. I don't know how he does it, but he built this machine where he can get water.
Yeah.
So that'll be good to know where those places. I know there's one in Puerto Rico too, where those places are located for people. If anything happens, and they need water, where to go to get water, and food.
Yeah.
So
I think one of the biggest slaps, I mean, that I've seen here lately was with so again with Hawaii, was when Biden came out and said that they were
yes,
authorizing a one-time $700 payment to each family.
that's a slap in the face. Like
that's a kick in the nuts.
and you know what's funny? That he just passed, the governor of Maui passed a law that those that live in like apartments are getting evicted. He's evicting people already from their apartments. Those from the high, he is evicting them.
Yeah.
I don't believe that blew my mind.
Yeah,
So
and they can't get their land back. That's what he passed. That if any disaster happened, that it
yes,
was to that point that the state will take over the land, and he did that right before the fires.
right. So what guy is missing? Sean. Sean said the guy is missing now. So he passed that law for people to lose their property, and then he's evicting them. So obviously there's someone puppying him or offered him a lot of money to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because this reporter that was in Maui was asking him, where did the children grow? He didn't even want to answer them. He did not want to get on that topic of where did the children go. He was, where the children are. Where are they? And he just kept like walking away, no comments. Why wouldn't you want to talk about that?
All right.
You see,
and see that's what I'm talking about. It's either they're paying. It's like that one cop.
Wow.
Why did he feel that he had to stop people from coming in and out, seeing that this is his people? Because I believe he was Hawaiian. You know what I mean? These are his people, and why? I mean, why are you stopping them? So what? Why do you feel that you're going to hold in this because of this oath? You're going to allow people to die and not go back to their families. What about if it was your kids in there? Um, fixing to burn. What I mean? And
Yeah.
so you look at it as with all of them, from the elites to the politicians to everybody's involved in this.
To
It's
the
it's it's,
investors.
it's either money or because they have so much dirt on them
Yeah.
if they expose them, then
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna go through this hell
Yeah.
thing. I mean, they
That can
probably
be
won't
one.
be prosecuted anyways. It ain't gonna happen, but people are gonna know. You
Right.
know.
That could be one thing, or this was already pre-planned.
Oh yeah, it's been.
It was already in motion to happen. And they probably offered him some money, or like you said, they probably got some dirt on him or whatever. But you can see in his gesture and face that something is not right. Something is not right with that dude.
Yeah, the
Um,
governor.
yeah,
Yeah, he also said when that guy was trying to ask him those questions, and he was trying to say you need to just calm down, whatever. He goes,
yeah,
you need to give these other people a chance to ask. But what he said was it only takes one person to mess it up for everybody. And it's
right.
like when I heard that, I know I can take it. Maybe he's talking about the other reporters, but still, what a response to say. It only takes one person to mess it up for everybody. Well, what are we messing up? What are we messing up for you and everybody else? What, your little scam that you just did, that you just stole all these kids? What I mean? You took the parents with them, probably already killed them too.
Yeah.
There was another story that came out that the Marines had actually caught FEMA burying bodies
Yes.
in the beach, and they actually shot at them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Those military guys went after them.
Yeah.
So here they
Yeah.
are burying bodies out there. It's probably the bodies of the parents
Yes.
because they
And
can't find the parents.
right. Who knows? Exactly. And this is a very, very deep, deep, deep
It's big. It's
story.
huge.
This is like something that you've never heard ever before. Sounds like back in the slavery when they were taking the blacks and the children and throwing them in fire, burning them in pits. This is what it sounds like. Like horrific things happening in 2023. Like, this is insane. And I just don't understand. I just really don't understand why these people are so what's the word I'm looking for? So desperate to control us, to control I mean, they are, like you said, they already control everything. Let us be. If you want to do your own thing, you want to control then do that on your own. Let the people live. Let us do us.
Yeah,
And
it's like Oprah. She's a talk show host.
yeah,
You know what I
talk
mean?
show host. Yes, she
That's
is.
what she is. That's what she's
Yes,
always been.
yes,
And yet, you have she's one of the richest women out there.
yeah. But
You know?
they got dirt on Oprah too.
Oh yeah, so like I was saying,
You
she's
know?
tied into all this sexual thing too with her school that she has, I think, in Africa. You know what I mean? Her girls' school over there, another one there. Yeah, okay. And
Okay.
and like I said, yeah, you believe the 81 million votes. Okay, go ahead. That she's running a legitimate thing over there. To me, it's like I said, she's already bought this land. Like, how much land do you want? I mean, you want. I don't get it. That's what I mean. I don't have that mentality, that understanding of that much power to want that much power.
For what?
That's what I mean. For what? I mean, I get bored right now. I mean, I'm not rich, but I got a lot of cool toys that I get bored. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, you only can go eat at Red Lobster so many times before you get tired of it,
Right.
And I'm just thinking, so you can, okay, it's great, but damn, man, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get the mentality of these people of, okay, like I said, you woke up tomorrow morning, it's here, it's happened. You are the ruler of the planet. Now what? What are you going to do now?
Right. Right. And it's so much stuff going on. Even like I've been seeing some other stuff with NASA. saying that they've been to the planet, and they're saying that us all a hoax. They put in stuff. They're going in, so many things are coming to the surface now, and God says it in the Bible. Everything will come to the surface, and that when it's time for God to come, when we close, that everything will be at surface. The world will be destroyed by fire. That's been in the Bible. It's being destroyed now. It's everything is burning. Um, and so, you know, it's I feel bad, for my grandkids. They gotta go see this, what's coming, and who knows what's gonna happen 10 years from now when this is in place. Maybe you're not here, I'm not here, and our children and their kids are gonna see and suffer with what's coming.
Yeah.
So my thing is, since we're now here, we got to stand and fight. If we don't win, we don't win. But at least we stood and we fought for what we believe in, for freedom, for the people. And I'd rather go out like that than sit here and have them control me. And die with a virus that they injected in me, or like you said, we got these uh these things in our body, these what did you call them again, the yeah, where
Nanotechnology things.
they can put the sound wave and people stop burning like they did in Maui.
Yeah.
So that's my fear, not me, because I'm almost my time is probably almost up. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be in my 60s soon. So
Dang.
yeah,
I'm a
so
young pup.
yeah. I'm in my 50s, but so it's not even about me. It's about our generation, and their generation after that.
Yeah.
So I feel like my job is to expose what I know, talk about what we're talking about now, to awaken those that are still sleeping,
Yeah.
because
And then you got AI coming too, so that you can't forget
that's
that
another
one.
thing. AI.
That's the one that's going to set everything in motion. That's the one that's controlling everything.
Yeah.
It's going to be that just like a supercomputer, but it's going to be with that. China already has those little dogs, man. Those little robot dogs that patrol the streets.
In New York, they already got 3 robots that are patrolling the streets. But the thing with that, I don't know if you heard, but in China, a couple of months ago, they had 3 robots that they had built. And out of the 3 robots, I think 2 of them went out of control, or 3 of them, they went out of control, and they killed 21 people inside of the facility.
Yeah.
And then they try to shut them, they shut down 2, and the third one was already trying to reprogram itself through social media to find out how it can stay on without being shut down.
Yeah, it tapped
That is
into the
scary.
internet. Tapped into the internet. That was wild, man. That was wild. It tapped
So
into the internet and it started. I think I even seen a movie like that before.
yeah, it's
It,
called The Robots with Will Smith.
yeah, I Robot.
Remember that one of the robots felt like he was human because he was downloading everything, you
Yeah,
know, and it felt like he was human, and he ended up destroying the eye, the actual uh uh
yeah, the mainframe.
the mainframe that was controlling the other robots, and he eventually died at the end, but you know
Yeah.
that was insane.
The like I said, the movies and the Simpsons, man. I don't know, man. You're seeing everything. It's like they put it in your face, right there, what they're gonna do.
Right.
And it all starts to come to pass. The only thing, I guess that we could push also, of course, is to wake up people. It's ugly. I've thought about this for years. I mean, I've kind of always been this way. I guess because I'm always a survivalist.
Yes. Yes.
I adapt really quick to whatever I need to do,
Right.
and you got to do what you got to do, and that's it. And
Right.
it's to prepare, of course. Man, we can only buy so much water, because I thought about it too. Like I said, I went and you know, uh, all my family's armed.
Right.
And that was one thing that we also too. We just didn't go and get armed. We actually, I made everybody take courses. You know what I mean? And so they would know how to use this equipment. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm from the hood. I see
Yeah.
anything move that don't belong to us, I'm firing over there. You feel me?
Right.
I'm
Right. But I got my kids, my wife, everybody. You know, we went out to the range. I got them a coach out there. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
show them how to do this stuff too. You know, yeah, of course, we mean you know how to use them, but we still got to get them, you know,
Yeah.
on track. You know what I mean?
They do it in
Um,
China.
and yeah, and they do it in a lot of places, and of course, you know, now start thinking about it, you know, buying ammo because ammo started going, you know, they were trying to get
Yeah.
rid of everything. You know, they limited on how much ammo you could buy. And I
Right.
think there's still a limit. I don't know if they've lifted that yet.
Yeah.
Of course, you try to buy as much as you can, but then when you sit down and you think about it, it's okay. Say they shut this grid down right now. Boom. Okay. Tonight we can make it tonight. Tomorrow, okay. The next day, all right. By the fourth day or fifth day, okay, what are we gonna do? You know what I mean?
We're
And
gonna
if we
turn
have
into
to,
spears.
yeah,
Spears
and if we
and
have,
spears
well,
and
the thing is, if you have to move now, you can't stay in your house no more because you're only gonna be able to stay in your house for so long.
that's
You know
right.
what I mean? And you're gonna eventually have to move, especially if the because, like I said, I believe that yes, some of the military will go AWOL, but I know there's a lot of it won't. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because they're already there. This is what they do. They don't have no families or nothing. They're pure cut made into what they're supposed to be, what to do. And
Right.
now the rebels are the enemy.
Right.
So then you got to get backpacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they do the EMP thing where they shut down where everything burns up, you know, with one shot,
Yeah.
all the electronics are gone, cars don't run. Now you're on foot. You know,
Yeah.
you start thinking about all this stuff. It's like, okay, so what are we going to do? It's like you can only carry so much. You still got to carry water and food, and ammo is heavy.
Yes.
You know, I mean, you may
Yeah.
not think so, but yeah, but get you about 3 or 4 boxes of some,
Yes. Trust me.
and you're going to see that how heavy it is.
Yeah.
And so, how much can you carry? You know, what I mean, you got to, yeah, and then to walk. So you can have I can have 100 cases of water in my shop, but I
Yeah.
can't take it all.
That's
You know what I
right.
mean? So you start looking at even your food rations and everything, your cans of food, that all that's going to be weight. You know, you start getting into this doomsday prepper thing. You know what I
Right.
mean? So that's where people don't see, and this is where it gets this is where it gets hard.
Yes.
Well, that's too much, man. I mean, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can dig a hole in the back and make a bunker underneath my ground. I don't know. Um, they that's the reality that becomes almost like it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Or
And, and
if
yeah,
it
people
did
not prepared
happen,
for that.
how are you gonna go? And then where are you gonna go? Which way are you gonna go?
Right.
Because
South, you're gonna go west, you're gonna go east. Where are you going?
right,
You know, like things happen. Where are you? You going to your mother's house? She's doing the same thing you're doing. She's trying to figure out where she's gonna go. You know, and say you do get together. Not what's next.
yeah,
Survival, because the only thing you're going to be thinking is shelter for protection, food and water. And if you don't left your place, you're halfway across the city to another city because you had to evacuate. You don't know nobody. You know,
yeah. It's
I truly,
ugly.
yeah,
It's
it's
ugly,
going to be
man.
tough. I know a lot of people will head to the woods to try to find food in the woods. You know, you have to be prepared for that. You got to know how to hunt.
Yeah,
You got to know how to peel animals to eat. You got to know how to uh, put fire, learn how to get those survival skills, how to put fire with wood. Shelter yourself. You got to know how to build shelter. So it's not going to be easy,
no, a
but
lot of people are gonna die. I mean, they're gonna
yeah,
get rid of that population thing that they want to do. You know, just with that one stroke, because not only you're gonna have the military out here doing curfews, you know, martial law. You're
yeah,
gonna have all the knuckleheads that I'm talking about. It'll be like in
yeah,
that movie, The Warriors. You know what I mean? I don't
yeah,
remember that movie where
yeah.
you
The Warriors
go,
come out to
yeah,
play.
you're
Yeah,
going into different neighborhood and you got a whole nother mess of people that are coming after you. It's
yeah,
not even the military because you got backpacks. They know you got food, you got something, or You know,
Yeah.
you got your woman with you, and you
Yeah.
know your daughters and everything. It's like, I mean, it's straight up horror, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, or they might just be after you because they cannabis. Cannibals. They want to eat you.
Yeah,
They're hungry. They eat people. You
that's
don't
gonna
know what
happen
it's
too.
gonna. Yes, it will. If it comes down to that, that will happen. Anything that we see, we can imagine will be happening, and that's the scary part about it.
And,
So
and then like you live in a big city. I live out in the desert right now. So if it happens before I move, sometimes I don't even want to move now anymore. You know, 'cause I want to I want to move to San Antonio, and I've thought about this for years and years. I've been here 23 years, and ever since I've been here, I used to think about, back in 9/11, when that happened. I was out on the oil field when that happened, and I started thinking. I said, well, for one, we live out in the desert out here, so we're more outside of the bigger cities. You know what I mean?
yes,
And so we have places to go into the desert. If we have to go. But for like people that live in the cities, man, I mean that's just here. If there's one wreck on I-20, which we have the big interstate, we always have wrecks because we have a bunch of oil field trucks, and one wreck shuts it down. That's it. There's miles and miles of traffic. I'm mad because I'm trying to get home, and then somebody had a wreck. So and I can imagine, and there's only
one way in and out.
a couple of ways in and out of the whole town to go out into the desert. You know what I mean?
Right,
And so you see it real quick how fast this can get just gridlocked on its own. You
right.
know what I mean? And I couldn't even imagine people in the city like you live in Boston. I mean, just you're right there with everybody around you. There's
Yes,
what are you going to do? You're not
and
going to get a block.
exactly. So that's why we need to stand up and do something now while we can before things get really out of hand. Um, and again, we might be able to do something, or we might not be able to do anything because we're overpowered by military. But there's also a lot of weapons on the street, you know, and there's more of us than them
Yeah,
on the street. So
I tell you, it would take to shut down the grid. Once they shut down the grid, the electricity that's it is gone. Within a couple of days, and when people start seeing everything start moving in, that's where that's where the groups are going to separate. That's where the strong
right,
is going to separate. There's
right,
no way around it. There's no way around it. There's gonna be a lot of death, a lot of everything,
yes,
and that's because people are not to get together that many people, even right now. I mean, it would take to do a campaign, and you would have to go and march and everything else. I mean, that's the thing about it is how even to get that started. The only way that's going to kick it off, they have to make the first move in a
yeah,
way where
yeah,
they shut it down. Okay, or even like tomorrow they pop up with, okay, that's it. The banks are closed, our
yeah,
money's gone, and now it's on your card, like they're
yeah,
talking about already.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
The Fed down stuff.
with the WalMarts, everything, if you really look at it, they're already all set up.
Hmm.
They're
They are.
there. They're
They
there
are.
because when I remember when at Walmart here when they first started putting in
Fridge.
those when you walk in, they got these little poles there with little
Yeah, yeah. That's
scanners.
what I was talking about. You got to scan to
Yeah,
get in.
yeah. So once they do that, I mean, they're the technology is already put into the
In
stores.
place. Yeah,
They're
it's
already
already in
there.
place.
All they
Yeah.
got to do is just switch them around to do this now instead of doing something. Instead of scanning that, they're scanning you.
Yeah.
And I think there's some places too that I've already seen where they're already actually doing that. I think down in the
Yes.
East Coast they were doing
Yeah.
the Costco. I think was doing it
Yeah.
already, and
Yeah.
in New York I think it was, wasn't it? The Costco
Yeah.
over there.
And New York, they had Whole Foods.
Yeah,
Whole
Whole
Foods did
Foods.
it,
That's
and
it.
the city went wild. They bum rushed it. The police got beat up. Everybody was going in there. It was thousands of people rallying New York because of that. And and that was just New York. You know, imagine New York, Chicago, Boston, Arizona, all these big states, Texas, doing it at the same time.
Yeah,
There's chaos everywhere.
yeah.
And in Virginia, Ann is saying fires are popping up all over the place in Virginia. You know, so
That's why I think they brought in the military.
yeah,
It's because when this stuff starts to happen, the military is going to take over and they're going to control the crowd. You know, I mean, they're going to control the rioters to coming in and breaking into the stores now because you know, this ain't going to be about toilet paper anymore, like the first time was. You know, people fighting over toilet paper during COVID.
yeah,
That
yes,
was nuts.
and that's paper. Imagine
That was
the
toilet
food.
paper.
Imagine the food. It'll be murder. It'll be chaos.
Yep.
So
Because people are going to take off quick, and especially like I said, especially down there in in your part of town, man. I mean, that's wild. You
yeah,
know,
it's. You know, I'm only like 4 hours from New York. That's around the corner. I'm 2 hours from Connecticut, which is another big city. You know, Providence, Rhode Island, and then us. You know, and then New Hampshire, Maine, and then Canada. You know, so all big states on this side.
yeah,
So say a chaos like that happened where they shut the grid down, where are we going? We can't go up north because it's going to be too damn cold. If they do it in the winter, people are going to freeze to death and die with no food. If we go up to the south, it's going to be more chaos, which is, you know, it's warmer up to the south. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people will go head south to avoid the winter. You know what I mean?
yeah. See, that's
Uh,
where you're going to have people just thousands of people just walking, kind of like you see them now walking across the border. You see
yeah,
all that? There's going to be people going out like that, trying to
and
stay together because that's the only way you're going to be able to leave. I mean, is to
right,
walk. And now,
right,
well, now you're going to have to go through that warrior neighborhoods like that. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
you know,
They're going to be there waiting for you because
that's right.
because people are going to settle down now and say, hey, you know what? We're going to survive by this. We're going to survive when these people come through here with
Yeah,
their families and everything. You know, they're going to have food. They're going to have everything we need. They got women. They got food. They got everything.
yeah,
So we just sit here and wait and ambush them. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
exactly.
you're going to have gangs like that. It's just be just like in the movies, just like
Yeah,
in the freaking
and
movies.
that's going to be so crazy. You know, so these are, you know, we're talking and we like these are like scenarios that we're putting up, but it could be true. You know, these if grid goes down, they shut all the power off, they shut down the food. Believe me, the chaos will begin, and it's first going to start with with people vandalizing the stores, the grocery stores, the food. Once all the stores are empty out and people got their stuff, then what they stole and took is all gone. That's when that's going to happen. The groups are going to start ending. People are going to be like, listen, we're going to survive all the people. We're going to be cannibals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going to start eating people. Uh, so
I think we'll see it here. We'll start to see it because I really don't. I really, like I said, I just feel it in my bones, man. This next year coming up within just a few months, because you know we can say a few months because it goes by so fast. See, we're already in what, September. Um, this next year when this election starts coming around, because if Trump gets back in there, I'm not saying that Trump is all clean and everything, but he does got an agenda to come after these people.
right,
You know, whatever he's done or whatever it is, there's a reason why they're trying to stop him.
of
Eh,
course, because
eh,
he's against a lot of the elites. You know, he's a man with his own power. Like, you know, he's not like some of these presidents that get elected to be presidents that get $100,000 a year for presidency. He already came in as a billionaire,
right.
so it wasn't about the money for him. It was
Look,
about, you know, him trying to control things and do things the way he saw fit. And because the elites didn't like that, they said, "Well, we can't control them. It's not about the money. He got money,
right.
you know, but he doesn't want to do what we say. He doesn't want to be controlled. He didn't want to be controlled by them. So they were
So
like,
so they already impeached him. I think what, 3 times or 4 times. I don't lost count.
yeah, yeah,
And they
yeah,
try to put him already in jail for 400 years. He rolled up like a freaking mobster, man, to that jail. Did you see how he rolled up with the?
Yeah,
he,
yeah,
had, he had more people than president did,
yeah,
and and they still can't stop him. So the only other next thing, even that I've heard, is the only next thing for him is to assassinate him.
yeah.
That's the next.
And
That's their next thing. That's all they got left. It's okay. That's the only thing we can do now is just take him out. That's
yeah,
it. That's the only way
yeah,
they're gonna stop him. So if
yeah.
that happens between now and this next election, or I don't know what's gonna happen because people are gonna vote for him this time. I mean,
Oh,
which they did. Which they did.
yeah,
I believe he did win. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
In prison, he had 60% of the votes for Trump. The highest ever in presidency. Trump had it
And it's
votes,
not even started yet.
and he ain't even started. He already got him by like 60%. I think the Concha, the guy from Florida, the other lunatic,
Yeah.
was like below 10%. He was like low, like they want him out.
Yeah. So the only next step would be is to assassinate him,
Yeah,
or if he doesn't get in there, then everything else is going to pop off because I don't know who they're going to get in there.
right. So but you know that the votes are already worldwide for Trump. So if they let him out and he does run, it's 99.9% that he'll be back into office. They don't want Sleepy Joe, in there no more. He don't create chaos. So, like you said, the only way to get him out is to try to assassinate him. And that will be the only way that he won't get into office. And we've seen our government in play with that in the past.
So that's where I think the people will turn. Because if we have to go through another one, or even for some crazy reason that people think that this can't happen, that Obama will get back in there, they think that can't happen. Okay, you keep on believing those 81 million votes. I throw that out a lot, and because he's the one who's really running this, he's the one who's running all this. He's the one who's behind everything, and because he said it on an interview. He said if he could run a third term from his house and just have somebody there in front, a front man, and he just talking to him in his ear, he'd be okay with that. But
Yeah,
he got
exactly
that.
Yeah, and he said he'll have Biden. So you already know he's down with them.
Yeah, he got exactly that. So that's
yeah.
So we'll know which way it's gonna go here with this next 6 months. We're gonna know which way it's gonna turn.
I'm gonna need you to send me your information just in case, I end up in Texas somewhere. I know what we're gonna have to give ourselves codes so we know where we at. You know what I'm saying? If we have to head to Texas up that way, I said, well, I know where my brother at. You know what I'm saying? We heading up that way. Yeah, you know what I mean?
He's hunkered down and armed, man. So you better get the right code the first time, man.
That's right. I'm gonna be dressed in a rabbit suit. You know what I'm saying? And you see the rabbits, that's me. Don't shoot.
Yeah. But so, I mean, it would be right now. I mean, like I said, I don't even know what kind of. The thing is, like we say, get water, and stuff like that. But when you really, really start thinking about your plan, it's gonna be ugly. Either way, it's gonna be ugly. Right. And I mean, it's what I mean. You hit this wall because we're not used to this. We're not used to this kind of thinking. You know what I mean?
No, we're not. And Sean just said that the guy that created the machine turned the vapor into water, he's missing. The black guy.
They all come up missing. Whistleblowers, anybody, they always come up missing. They always drown or they just suicide. They committed suicide.
Yeah, even Obama's cook, he ended up drowning. A guy that swum every day.
Yeah,
he drowned. How the hell you drown when you're a great swimmer?
And I think that he was gonna expose something that a lot of people already know.
Yeah, that Michelle Obama is actually Michael Obama.
See, and I said that years ago. Was it? He was in office for what, 8 years? Yeah, because he ran 2 terms. When he first came out, I remember I was working in another job, And I said that. You know what I mean? I said, um, not that I'm against it. I'm not. Hey, that's what you want to do. But I did say that it's not a lady. That is a man. And man, I remember the freaking backlash that I got. And now here, 12 years later, wherever it is, now it's starting to come out.
And he even said it in some of his speeches. He said, "Yeah, me and my wife Michael, Michelle, he don't give himself up." He was like, "What? Did he say Michael?"
Yeah.
You
I mean,
know,
that sounds like a big conspiracy too, of course, with Joan Rivers, because she was the one that came out and said it.
yes, she did.
And
She
then
said
she died.
everybody knows that Michelle is about. It's actually Michael,
Yeah, and then she dies, of course.
and then she dies. Oh boy.
And then now the cook, because the cook lives in that house with them, so he probably saw him coming out of the shower.
Yeah, and say, "Holy shit, what's that?"
So
wait,
yeah,
wait.
he's gone.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's. I mean, all we can do, man. I mean, is just keep on pushing it out there. I mean, for me, it's more with the kids disappearing, especially like us over here. Um, I mean, it's not that far from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those camps. I mean, they're there.
What,
They
the
were
FEMA
talking.
camps?
Yeah, they were talking about. I remember I heard talk not too long ago, maybe like I think it was last year when all this stuff slowly started coming around. That out here down south in the desert, not too far from here, they wanted to start building one of those camps. And I said that's when I started to get okay. What were you gonna do, man? What's gonna happen? I mean, because if they put that out there, you know what's gonna happen. And they're gonna start rounding people up and taking them in there. If the military shows up, does martial law. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, they're going to keep people like you and me in there, take away the women and children, put them somewhere else because we are the threat. People like you and I that's still strong, that can think and come up with ideas. Those are the ones that are going to be in those FEMA camps under that prison. So, I'm glad you came aboard the show so we can talk about this because I wanted to see what you thought, to see if we was on the same page, and obviously we are. You see what I see what you see, and I just wanted to, put this out there as much as we can. I know you do paranormal, but I think that maybe on one of your shows you can talk about what we're talking about and wake up other people that are probably not aware, or don't know as much as we know of what's going on in our world.
Yeah.
And what to look for.
And actually, I do. The race world has actually turned into more. Race world is paranormal, but it's also gone. I do get into this. You know what I mean? I have got into it. Like I said, you're on YouTube right now, so we mentioned a lot of names. So I don't know if it's going to get taken down like mine did.
I don't care because they're not going to stop me from telling the truth. And it's freedom of speech.
Yeah.
We have the right to say what we want to say. And if it does bother them and they do block us, it's because we're speaking facts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't care if they block me. They unblocked me already like 3 times on my Facebook for putting up stuff. I didn't even say nothing. I was just posting stuff up that I saw on TikTok, posting it up on my Facebook, of other talk shows that are bigger than other platforms that are bigger than ours that study what's going on and they talk about it, and I posted it and they blocked me for a couple of hours, 21 hours, 24 hours. But I don't care because that's telling me something, and I'm not going to stop exposing the truth because they feel a certain way, and if they shut me down, I'll find another way to come on and keep, and keep speaking what the truth.
Yeah.
And I'd rather die for the truth than to lie to the people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to. I mean, like I said, we have these platforms. I mean, and like I said, I started going that way on that other podcast. I started doing that. In fact, that's why I got on so quick because I mean, I'm here. Just actually, I was already thinking because I know I've been wanting to do another one, but I want to do it on the child trafficking one with the movie. With the movie you went to go watch.
Yeah.
Why are they keeping that under wraps? You know what I mean? Why?
It's exposing them. It's exposing the truth.
And then they still have never seen a trailer on TV with it.
And you're not going to see it. I seen the trailer, but I don't see it no more. But
I've never seen it.
but you're right. There was, even in theaters, it was saying they were sold out, and there was really nobody in the theaters. When I went to go see it with my son, there was probably in the theater, there was probably, no lie, like 10 people in the theater in just that movie. The other movies were full, but that certain particular movie, there was only like 10 people that got in there to watch it, and there was mad seats available. Um, and I'm sure that people wanted to see the movie, but you know, I've seen on internet that people said that they couldn't get in because the seats were sold, and blah blah, and then they found out that it wasn't, or the AC, it was so hot in there that they couldn't stand in there.
Yeah.
The AC didn't work. You know, there was all types of stuff going around for that particular movie, and I'm glad that Mel Gibson put it in blast. I'm glad that a lot of celebrities are against this and they're talking about it. Um, so that's a good thing, because at least it lets us know that there are people out there that have money, you know, that can make things happen with us as well. You know, they're not against us. And another thing that I wanted to say was, Einstein, whatever happened to the list? I mean, the list was exposed. Names came out on that list, and some of these people are the same people that are in Maui.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Maxine, she knows all about it. Yet she disappeared. There's nothing to talk about her. Is she even in prison anymore? Probably not.
She probably went out through the back door.
Yeah. I wouldn't
But
doubt it.
but Oprah was on there. Oprah was on there. Tom Hanks was on there. Um, who else was on that list?
And they're all involved in the Pizzagate thing.
Yes, there's so many actors, and then I get it, because maybe some of them went there without even knowing what was happening. They just got invited there, probably seen what was happening, and say, "Fuck that! I don't want to be a part of this no more," and stop. But they already went there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're on that list because they went there. But I don't know if they're all with what was going on, or some of them ain't. You know, so there's so much stuff going on that, you know, we can talk about and expose. But I really believe that we need to talk about it, because it's very important to know what's going on around our world, in Texas, here in Boston. You know, here in Boston, nothing has happened yet, besides some of the stores putting up the refrigerators with the scans on top. So they are putting stuff in place here. But as far as um, loitering or people acting up, none of that has happened yet. Um, you know, because Boston is one of the biggest cities, not one of the biggest cities, but one of the cities where there's big politicians. You know, we got all the great big schools, all the best. We got the best hospitals. We got the best doctors. You know, so I'm pretty sure they're trying to protect Boston as much as they can, because there's a lot of very important people in this city.
Yeah.
You know, so because you see, it started in New York. You know, if that was to happen in Boston, they would have shut that down right away. You know, um, so we're just gonna ride out and see what's happening. But I'm pretty sure people here in my city are just waiting and preparing themselves as well for what's gonna happen. Um, but you know, as long as we keep talking about it and keep waking up people that are not awoke, are in denial, We keep pushing this through my platform, your platform, and every other platform around the world that's talking about what's going on in the world. Eventually, we wake up everyone, and hopefully, people stand up and find a way to do something uh, and fight back. September 1st was supposed to be a day when nobody went to work. The whole world was supposed to shut down. I don't know how many people didn't go to work. I mean, I didn't go to work, but I did see people going to work. I seen a lot of cars on the street. I seen people shopping. So a lot of people didn't really follow that agenda, um, which is sad because it tells me that these people don't care. They think they thinking is that they thinking that it's not going to come to their front door, that it's not going to happen in their city or their town. So once they start seeing the formation and these things falling in place in their town, in their cities, then they're going to be like, oh wow, this is really happening. So I want to thank you for coming on the show, bro,
Oh yeah.
and and giving me your opinion on what's going on. And I'm glad that you're aboard, and I'm glad that you're aware of what's happening. And thank you for telling me about you know uh, the train going down with all these
Yeah.
uh,
We've had
tech,
number of them before. It's not just one.
right.
Yeah, and they're going. Let me see this train track this way. They're going west.
Yeah, down this way. Oh, west.
Yeah,
We're the east. They're going west. That's
yeah,
like towards California or something, right?
right. El Paso and all that.
El Paso.
El
Yeah.
Paso's 5 hours from here, so that's another. Well, that's where the border's. One of them, it's right there. It's not that because the border's only 5 hours from here.
Wow. Wow. Have you seen a lot of immigrants coming into your part of
Not
town?
not over here. I don't think I haven't really seen like I've seen in other places where they're going in. Maybe they're going into El Paso, and then once they cross over from there, uh, or down south. But from here, it's El Paso, and
Right.
then from there, it's like they already have things set up. Like they get picked up and then they get shipped out again. Because I know down south they had buses that were picking them up,
Yes, I've seen that.
and
And
and, and that's where we found out about the camps because they had buses there that were picking them up and then shipping them out to all over the place.
and that was government, and that
Yeah,
was the government picking them up.
yeah, it was.
And they got exposed, and they didn't even want to talk about it.
Yep,
So and that went off the grid too. They showed it for like a couple like days, and then they stopped talking about it.
yep.
So the media stopped talking about it. But yeah, a lot of people are aware of that. Um, and then there are a lot of them are in New York. New York is going crazy, and they fighting because they got all these people from Venezuela in New York, giving them housing and giving them money, and they're creating riots and robbing people and hurting people over there. So I think if when it pops off, it's gonna pop off in New York first.
Yeah, I think so too.
New York and Chicago, because they're the two biggest cities. I think those are the two cities where things are going to really pop off, and then everything else is going to follow.
Yeah, I think so too. Because it seems like everything always starts from over there.
Yeah,
It starts from there.
yeah. In New York, the big
Yeah,
city of dream. Okay,
yeah.
whatever. But I thank you for coming on the show, bro. You're my brother for life. I love you, man, and keep doing what you're doing. I love your show. People follow my man Anthony. He had a great paranormal show. He does other shows as well. You can find him on my page, on the Don Vic Show page, and just follow him, man. He got great shows, and he does great investigations.
Yeah, we still got to keep doing that. I mean, that's kind of hard sometimes when I think about it too. It's like we still got life to go on. I mean,
Yeah,
we still um, I still want to investigate. I mean, I try to. It's kind of like how can you be doing this when stuff is happening? But it's kind of like, and I think that's where that line is drawn in our minds that we still continue to do our normal life and what we want to do still. So we try to put this on the back burner, kind of like out of sight, out of mind. I mean, we see it, like I said, on TikTok and everywhere, but you don't want to really think about it.
Right.
But what are you supposed to do too? You can't just
Stop.
panic and stop and not do your life still.
Right.
It's kind of like weird. It's kind of weird. It's kind of almost like it's selfish in a way, but it's kind of like it's not.
Right.
It's just because, like I said, our we're not wired like this. We're wired into AC and food
Yeah.
in the fridge, and you know what I mean. Go to the
The,
park down the street if you want
the
to.
comfortable life.
Yeah,
We're in the comfortable life. Who's
and
this?
all of a sudden you're in a zombie apocalypse now. You know,
Yeah.
it's hard, and I understand that with people, it's hard, but I still know, regardless of how hard it is to think like that, you still have to start opening your eyes. You got to start opening your eyes to this. Okay, something's going on. Something's going on. This ain't natural. That ain't natural. You know what I mean? Why is this happening? Start asking them questions and start getting knowledge and educating yourself on what's going on. That's how you start to open your eyes.
Right. Right. And
I mean, there's only so much you can do, but at least you're not going to be just there, just caught with nothing. I mean, like I say, um, I know a lot of people are against, our Second Amendment, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
That's right.
So.
Yes. So so it's great that we're talking about it. It's great that people are a lot of people are aware of it, and you know we do have other great people beside us. We have the veterans that been in the army. They know how they operate. And so we do have people on our side that are against what's happening, and just because they're not active in military now doesn't mean that they don't have the skills that these people have. 'Cause, so it's great that a lot of veterans and big shout out to all the veterans around the world that are against what's going on in our world with the government. Um, I'll ride or die with them too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those people definitely should be leaders. If anything
Right.
was to happen, those are the people that we would want to follow because they know how to survive. They got the surviving skills. They know the military, how they think, how they move. So if we can back them up and become their soldiers, then I think we got a good chance of fighting back because they can train the people how to combat, how to do this, what to look out for. You know what I'm saying? So that would be one of the places I would go is find veterans. If things were to go to the left, is find these veterans that been in military because they would know uh, exactly how to move and
Yeah.
what to look out for, how these people are going to come at us or how they're going to operate.
Right. Just have some kind of plan. I mean, just something. I mean, even if it's a small plan, it's
Yeah,
better than no plan.
right. I agree. I agree. What's that movie? The movie Sound of Freedom? The Sound of Freedom is the movie we was talking about, Sean. Yeah. So Sean and I was doing an investigation to well, Mark was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Sean was there, but I know Sean and Pam. I mean, Mark and Pam was at the investigation. But you guys keep doing what you're doing because that's another thing. That it's good to talk about. Because there's a lot of unanswered questions that people probably have
Yeah.
and want to know about. So you
Yeah,
keep
I'll be having a blast here in about 3 more weeks. I'll be down there in New Orleans at Fear Fest with Howard and all
Oh
them.
yeah. That was Matt was telling me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted me to come out there to New Orleans. Yeah, but
Be going on to them voodoo stuff and everything else.
oh boy.
Yeah. I'll get
So
you a
what's up?
book.
What's up with the wormhole?
The portal? Oh, I'll
The
still be going
portal.
that way. That's what I mean. That's in San Antonio. That's where I'm going to be moving to.
Really?
But I've been thinking, like I said, God damn it, I don't know, man, because I feel if I move there, there's no way I'm going to get out of there because San Antonio is the second largest city in Texas. It's Houston, San Antonio, then Dallas. So
So
it's kind
what's
of like I'll be on the same mess.
so what's the portal like?
The portal, I have videos of it. I actually got a video of it during the daytime, closing and opening.
Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll have to see that.
Yeah.
Have you ever came through? It probably ran through your mind like I should go through there and see what's up.
I have gone through them. I've gone through 1, 2, 3 of them.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And what's it like when you go through those portals?
The first one that we went through, the ones that we went through back when we first started doing that one, which we've been doing that one for 2 years. I've been there 11 times. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to move over there because of that forest and because of San Antonio. The paranormal is so big out there because everything is haunted, everything.
Mm.
Um, I had a lady with me one of the third times that we went. And I told her, "This is watch when I sent one of my guys and her husband right to the edge when you cross through that tree line." I told her, "I says, watch, they're gonna disappear, and you'll see them disappear, and then they'll reappear once they cross through." And she didn't believe me, but then I told my guy, I said, "Go ahead, keep walking out." And he walked. I told him to stop. Then I said, "Can I go a little bit more?" He crossed over and they disappeared. And she started freaking out. She goes, "Where's my husband? My husband's gone. My husband's gone." I said, "No, he's still there. Watch." And then you saw him reappear. And once you cross over on the other side, it's different. It's every place in there. Every time you cross through a gateway, it's a whole different thing. I describe it as neighborhoods. You can be here in your block. You cross over to your some of these neighborhoods. You got middle class houses. Then you got maybe some lower houses.
Right.
But then you go a couple of blocks and you got your big, nice, rich houses.
Right.
See what I mean? So each one is different, and they're all within not very far. So that's how this place is. You cross over to one place, and you'll have shadow people everywhere. You'll cross another one, and you'll have fairies everywhere. They look like this. They look like my lights right here coming through there. They'll be all around you. You got cryptids in there too. There's something in there. There's something in there that I still think is a skinwalker. I know it's a skinwalker because it's native ground. That land.
Wait. What's a skinwalker?
The skinwalker. That's a native witch that a person that she turns a person into. It's he does her bidding for him, but it's a native thing. Because see, I said that land dates back 10,000 years.
Okay.
So I know the land's older, but that particular forest goes back 10,000 years of native people there. Now they're no longer there. So, but when they had these battles in San Antonio, way back before when they took the land from the indigenous people, you know what I mean? So I always say, well, where did they bury 10,000? Because they found artifacts dating back 10,000 years. So where did they bury all the people? Well, they're buried there. All the indigenous people are there. Then 10,000 years later, what do? They build a bike trail right through it.
So are these portals always there, or they appear sometimes?
No, they're there. There's a lot more in that forest. Sean knows all about it.
I'm gonna have to go. I want to experience that. I want to go.
Sean's actually seen what's in there too because he's remotely gone there with before I went back on one of these last times of the shaman that's in there or really what happened in there. And so he got to experience some of it too, just remotely though.
Yeah, I would love to see a portal.
Yeah, because I've gone live in there. I did 2 lives in there. And
I seen you in a forest with your boys that were walking through like it was like a path. Mm-hmm. There was some trees, and you was talking about the portal. But I had to leave. I had something to do because I just tapped in real quick to see what you was up to. And I saw you doing it because I never seen you doing a live. When I saw it, I stopped. I said, I want to see what Anthony's doing. Yeah. And one of your boys had the cameras, and you was walking, and you guys were walking like in a dirt thing, and there was like branches of trees, and you walked like little around it.
Curve. Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
was
that's
like, you know, there was
that's
a
that
you like this
one. That's that
promo.
day one where you can see it, and you can see it close, and you can see it open. You can see the house in there, then you can see it disappear as you were walking up to it.
Get out of here.
Then you see it change. You see it change. Then when we start walking back, because I was trying to get how far we have to go back before it starts to open up again,
Mm.
and then you can see it open. And that was during the daytime. But once it
So
gets, go ahead.
so when you walk through this portal, does it stay open or does it close behind you?
This last time that we went, I took Lurker. I don't know if you've heard of Lurker. He
Yeah, I know
lives in here.
Lurker. I know
Yeah,
Lurker. He be with
Lurker
Matt.
Lurker was with me on this last time that we went. He went twice with me, and then we went and Pete Cardorsa. He's down there too. I've known him for a long time. I took them two with me, and we crossed over the two gateways like I told them we were, and then the third one that we were in, that one started to close on us. And even Yorker said it. He goes, man, when you said it was going to start closing, it started closing because everything around it started getting real dark. It was
Mm.
nighttime, but it started to get real dark where you couldn't even see which way we came in anymore.
Oh wow.
And so, yeah, it will close on you. Yeah, it's just like Sean says, we have talked about this and some of the signs. Yeah, there's signs in there that there's a spiral sign, and that's a symbol for a portal. But
Mm.
it depends which way it's going. If it's going one way, then it's an entrance. If it's going the other way, it's an
Outage.
exit. Yeah. So it's just like your sign. It's funny though because it's like your signs you see at the stores. You gotta exit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you
Yeah.
gotta enter. You know.
Yeah.
And that one I saw it on a tree where we went in. So it was signifying that this is the entrance to a portal because this is what this symbolizes. So
Right.
it's out there. I mean, you know what I mean?
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand this. So when you walk through that portal, you're in a whole different section of where you at. It's like you like on an example, you walk through the portal and you're where you at, but you end up in Boston. An example.
Yeah, no, that's a different type of portal.
Okay. So
This one here. You go when you walk like when we walked through that first one. When we try to walk back, there was a wall. It was like a wall of water. It looked like water, and it was
yeah.
shimmering like this. And we couldn't come back. Like we had to go. I had to literally find a opening to come back on the other side. And I had one of my members and one of the people that were there, this girl, she was standing no more than 15 feet from us, and she had told my member that she couldn't see us and she couldn't hear us. They both couldn't see us or hear us, but yet we were right there. We were no more than 15 feet away from them.
Wow.
So you could see I could see the wall. It was like shimmering like this. And this last time that we went, like I said, this time I was able to take two other investigators that are known, and they experienced it because they also experienced the loss of time. Because every time we go, the first time we lost 6 hours.
What?
The last time that we went, I don't know how long it was, but I know Lurker said the same thing. He goes, "Man, dude, I feel like we've been in there forever." It's like, dude, we've only been in there for, I think it was like
10 minutes.
an hour and a half. He goes, "No, it feels longer." I says, "Yeah," and everything changes once you go cross into each one and you come back out. It's like the forest will be rearranged. Like
It's different.
one big tree will be on this side, but now it's on this side.
Right.
That's why I film now. I film when I go in just to have documentation of what it was like before we went in.
Wow.
And then also too, there's when you go there, you have to cross over a bridge. You walk over the bridge. The rivers underneath it. The very first time we went there, the river was flowing from right to left. When we came back, like 3 months later, I noticed something. That something was different. The river was going from left to right. It switched directions.
What?
And yep, and so that shows that when we went in, the river was going from right to left, and when we came back out after losing all that time,
It was
then
from.
we
It was
came back
the
into a different parallel of time because now everything's reversed, and the river's still going from left to right now. Is we've crossed back so many times already that we have shirts actually that say everybody goes in but nobody comes out the same because you don't
right.
you it's a mind thing in there. It's equipment won't work. Some of the cameras will work. That day I got lucky in those, and I think because I was doing it live, so it
Mm-hmm.
recorded. Because usually audio or video gets erased before I even get it back. Take the SD card, put it in. Hey man, what happened to this? We had it. We had it. Yeah. See, Sean says I sat and talked to the shaman there at the hut. Yeah, because we ended up going to that hut. That's when I did that 5 hour long live, and then I went into the forest by myself. I went in deep in there by myself
Oh my goodness!
because I went in there and I was led to get this bone. I went and got this bone from there.
From the other side,
Yeah, from the other side.
and so oh wait, you got that bone when you went through the portal?
Yeah.
Are you? So have you checked it? Have you did DNA on that to find out what how old that bone is or who it belongs to?
No, I haven't done that. I mean, that was part of my
I
part
would
of
because
my
you don't know
stuff.
what you got in your
It,
hands.
it's part of my elements. It's called my shamanic elements because that the bone represents earth, and then I got this rock which got the hole in it.
Oh
It's
wow!
this is called a witch stone, or a hag stone. This one represents water because it's made by water. And then I have my
What?
my feather that I got the very first time. I got that feather. Um, that was the first one that I got.
The
Uh,
feather, which represent what? You think that feather
air.
was like from Indians or
It represents air because
air?
it's
Yeah.
yeah. That came
Oh,
straight. That came straight from the other side too. All of these came from the other side. So, and then the fire because it's four elements: it's earth, fire, water, and
fire,
air.
water, and air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have all four elements now that I've collected. But like I said, that bone I had to go in pass into the forest where we were filming that investigation at, and
Yeah.
then um, I had to go. I actually found another forest behind it. That's and I went into that one. Of course, I'm in there by myself at night. It's like 1 in the morning, something like that.
Mhm.
And my batteries were dying. I didn't know where I was at because I was using my locator, and then that was dying. But I didn't even know it was going to be a bone. That's just what was given to me when I went in there. But that's
Wow.
part of the shamanic things that you go through. But because there's a shaman in there, it's because there was the people that were living there a long time ago. They uh, they were all murdered because they
Oh
showed
wow.
me what happened in there. They were ambushed by another tribe, and they were murdered. But it was the shamans that were fighting each other because every tribe has its own shaman. It's medicine
Right.
man, and so the other one of the shamans wanted to have control of everybody. Kind of like sounds familiar, don't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So uh, he ended up murdering sacrificing the whole tribe
Oh my
in
God.
order to get more power because that's what they do.
Right.
And but he blamed it on the other shaman of the other tribe, so they went to war and they started killing. It sounds kind of just like we got right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So this is nothing new,
Agreed.
and but they're all buried there because I don't
That's
know
where they were
what
murdered.
time that was because, like I said, they were building a dam there back in 1981, the Applewhite Dam in San Antonio, and that's when they found the pottery. They dated the pottery 10,000 years ago.
Oh wow.
So within 10,000 years of generations in that land,
Mm,
those they had to bury those their people in that land, and you
right.
do hear drums if you and there's another side of that big forest that we have captured drums. You can hear the drum beat. Dun, dun, dun,
Mm.
dun.
Oh
We
wow.
women crying. I have audios of all that. I have actual audios of the women crying. The drums. Um, there's just all kinds of stuff in that place.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to fly out to you so we
A
can
lot of
go
people want
there.
to go. A lot
I
of people
wanna
want to
I
go
wanna
there.
experience that. I want to experience that.
Yeah, see, that night that we went on that time. Yeah, Sean was helping me through that time when I actually found the bone. The bone I actually paid for that bone because you have to trade something. You can't just come into the land and just take something. You
What
have
you
to trade.
what did you trade?
Actually, when I knelt down to get the bone, because everything's pitch dark, and I had one little flashlight.
Oh wait. When you go through, it's dark in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's nighttime. It's pitch dark. I mean, I mean, like I said, I have the whole videos of it. Because that one I was doing live. Uh,
Wait, Anthony. So wait. So if you go in, if it's daytime, right? If it's daytime and you go through that portal, the other side is dark, or
it
is it?
can it can be because I know one time that we went. It was like that. We went. It was still daylight. It was fixing to get dark. It wasn't dark yet. There was still plenty of time. And when we crossed over to that one, we went in, and it did get dark in that one time. You know, because you can see it because you can once you catch on to it, you can see it. Um, and then, but that one there, the bone, 'cause when I knelt down to get it, I think I was grabbing another flashlight out of my pocket, and I had a dime fall out and landed on the ground, and I joked around because the bones were sitting there, and then I said, "Dang, I just dropped a dime, so I guess I just paid it." So I paid a dime for it. It may not
Mm,
sound like a lot, but it's the gesture. It's what it
right,
is because
right,
I'm not just taking something.
right. You're
So
giving something in return.
right, I was getting something in return, and of course the people in the chat were all agreeing. You just you did trade for it, and that's the indigenous way, you
Yes,
know.
you
And,
trade it. You
and
trade stuff.
right,
Stuff.
so I didn't just take it, and but it's that I have video. We were doing the necrophonics on the phone in the SB7, and I was asking it because we had one of the dolls there too, not my dolls, the ones I had, but my other friend, he had his doll, and then we had that doll on there, and we were running the necrophonics, and I was asking them if the natives were still here. You can hear it. They said they're here. Then I asked. I knew that me and Sean already had worked it out that I had to go in deeper in there because there's a hut. There's a native hut that's there from the past. They have it fenced in, but you can still get to it
Right.
because this the stuff is like 3 miles in that forest, so you got to walk like 3 miles to it in the
Wow.
dark in the forest by yourselves.
What?
Yeah,
I don't know if I can do that.
because there's a house on the other side that's 6 miles in there
Holy crap!
that you have to walk, and you walk like this because it winds, and
Yeah.
you'll keep going for 6 miles, then you'll get to that big 2-story house. But you got to remember that's 6 miles up there and 6 miles back. That's 12 miles.
Yeah.
And then and then it's pitch dark too because I really don't use flashlights.
No, well, if I go, I'm gonna have lights all over me. I'm gonna
Yeah,
look like a Christmas tree filled with lights, and I'm gonna be on the bike. I ain't walking. I'm
yeah.
gonna be on the bike just in case shit get crazy. I'm gonna be like,
Well, we've gotten some stuff, man. That was the time there too. We went in. We walked in there, and we went to the other side, and because it starts. It's a certain time. Also, it's 11 o'clock.
ooh,
I don't know what reason why the 11. I haven't figured out yet, but I know that it's at 11 o'clock. That's when we go in. Um, we went in, and then we heard some gunshots in there, and then
what?
yeah, and that's like, oh, I said, okay, that's not no little freaking 9 millimeter. That's something else. And there was two kids that were in there running out. They had AR-15s,
Oh my
and
god!
they were shooting in there. And it's like, and I knew what happened. And when they came running out, we waited out front. I said, let's just wait here because we're wearing black. We go in there. These people are already freaked out. We pop out as dark shadows. We're gonna get shot.
Right.
So let's wait. So yeah, they come running out, and I start talking to him, and I say, hey, what's going on? He goes, man, dude, there's something in there, man. We saw it, man. It came out and it growled at us. It was dark, so we just started shooting into the ground. And it's like, yeah, whatever, man. I didn't shoot to the ground, but I shot at it. You know what I mean? So, um, but we have gotten that growl too because we've gone in there, and this growl, it growled right next to us. So we start filming, boom, right there. It just but when it growled, it was so deep that I felt it inside of me, like bass. You know what I mean? Like, boom.
Yeah.
And of course, it scared the crap out of me. But I hit my light. My son started filming, and then but it went from the path is cement, but it's like a sidewalk. So it's maybe like 6 feet across, you know, and then it's forest on each side. And
Right.
then, so you heard the growl right here. and then you heard the growl over here on the right side. Then you heard it behind us. Then you heard it in front of us, but you never heard anything. It's
Moving.
quiet, you know what I mean? And this course, it's a forest, so there's twigs and branches and everything.
Yeah.
You never heard anything like an animal.
Right.
Even cats and dogs when they're running in the backyard, you can hear them. You know,
Right.
you hear, you
Right.
couldn't hear nothing. So this thing was going from here to there to there, and then we looked inside. I was looking inside the forest. I got my big flashlight out then, and then I was looking down, and you can see a black shadow just in there move, like you see it moving on the ground.
Mhm.
But we never heard anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was rustling or nothing like that.
So
Uh,
what do you think it was? Like
that's
an animal, like a animal that died and was roaring, or like
No, because the very first time that we went there, it was my original team. I lost one member because of that forest. He ended up quitting because it got to him so bad that he just left. And then, um, but when we first went in, it was us four, and then we met four other people in there. There was uh, the husband and wife, their nephew, and their friend. Uh, and so they seen us and they said they wanted to go in there with us. So I said that's fine. We were there the very first time. We didn't know anything. We didn't know any of this thing. We were just there because my son's a music artist, so we just had did a show in San Antonio. So after we got out of the club, after the show, we just said, "Hey man, let's go find somewhere to go." So we just picked that place on Google, and then we went there. They followed us in there. They went in there with us, and that's when we first experienced all that stuff. When we crossed over the very first one across the bridge, the husband ended up getting possessed. The nephew got possessed. I don't know what happened to them. They zoned out and they just became like statues on the ground. They were making fun of stuff in there for one. And then they ended up getting something came over them. They were just frozen on the ground. The girl started losing her mind because
what?
she started saying, "Man, there's stuff around it. There's things around." I says, "Yeah, I know they're all over the place, but you got to stay calm." Because and she was literally fixing to lose her mind. And then and the friend, he ended up getting possessed because something got in him. Because he went into the forest, came back out, and he was just different. He was growling, and and uh and then so we let the girl back out, and then the husband and the nephew came walking out like they were at another planet, and they jumped over the railing where the bridge is at. I don't know how they stood up there like cats, but that's how I knew that the river was going to this way, because in my mind I kept thinking that night, if they fall in there, they're gonna drown, and the river's gonna take them that way and
Right.
around because it curves. That's how I remembered that the water was flowing this way
Mm.
because of that instance. So when we ended up going back, I said 2 or 3 months later, I noticed that the river was going the other way, and that doesn't
Wow.
happen. That's not natural. That's the
Yeah,
San
it's not.
Antonio. That's the San Antonio River.
Right.
You know
It
what I
goes
mean?
one way.
Yeah. So but that's when we had lost the time also.
Mhm.
But that's when we found those two other portals. We didn't cross into one because I told my son, if we go into that one, we won't come out, and we're
And
gonna
how
get.
do you? But how do you know that you're not gonna? How
I
do you
just
know
I just
that?
know. I just have that intuition that I know if we went into that one, you could see it. It was a dark. It's dark, but that's even darker. So you could
Mm.
see it. It was just and that's the one that I caught during the day opening on that video.
You know what? Because I see Pam. She's talking about she's interesting and she wants to come up there. We should all come up there. Me, Pam, Sean, like the team, like a team of us go out there and have that experience.
Yeah, Pam knows about it too. That's why this whole thing created such a big following for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's a lot of stuff. It goes beyond paranormal. I always say
Right.
this: either three things are going to happen. You're going to go in, and either you're going to lose your mind, or you're going to be updated on all your abilities, or you're not coming back.
Oh man, those are dangerous. I don't know. I think I'll go and I'll wait for you guys to go in and come back. I'll be the outside guy.
But yeah, but there's a lot of things, and there's another one that's really bad. That's the one that growls. That's the one. because there was another investigator that went in February, this past February, and
Yeah.
finally, after that I've talked about it, and someone else went, because I'm always telling people, man, go to the forest, go in San Antonio. I said, go. No, they won't go. They only go
Mm.
to the bridge. They won't
Right.
go into the forest. So this one guy, he did a live. He's a well-known investigator, and he went during the daytime, but he just went across the bridge, and he felt it. He saw the things run across also, and then he also said at the same time, he goes, I feel like I'm being watched. Like this is
Really?
no more a paranormal thing. Now I'm being hunted, and that's actually what happens. One of those things in there will hunt you.
But that's the thing with me. I'm very very sensitive. I pick up shit. I pick up stuff.
Yeah. Well,
You
you'll pick
know,
it up in there.
I it's like sometimes when I'm out and I'm walking and it's dark and I look at something, like I feel like something is there, like like a presence, and I don't go through there. I just keep it moving, you know. So I know I'm very sensitive. So I know if I go to a place like that, I will pick up a lot and I'll probably feel things and notice things.
What it's going to do is going to get you, and it's going to push you to your limits and beyond. So that's what I mean. Either you're going to lose your mind, or you're going to be update your abilities are going to become even stronger, or you're not going to come out.
Well, I already lost my mind, so that's out the window. Um, my abilities could be probably more enhanced
Yeah,
by it,
and
but if I don't come,
the fairies that are in there, they'll like they get you to follow them. Like
you'll
they
attract me.
yeah, they draw you like with your abilities, like you'll feel it, and then they'll draw you. And because there was one time that they were drawing us and we're following us, um, there's hundreds of them,
Wow.
and they were trying to get us to go into the forest, but on the left side, and we were gonna follow them. But then I told my guys, I said, hold up, let's wait. Let me look, because I happen to have satellite on my phone, technology on the phone. So I looked on satellite, and if we would have kept following, we would have fell into the river, which was
Oh,
actually a cliff that falls
oh
goes
my
down.
God.
So in the dark, you're not going to see it. You're going to get to the edge, and the ground's going to break. And actually,
Right.
when we went back the next day to that same spot, and I have video of that too, where you could see the ground. It just breaks. It just like it's just a cliff, and it just breaks, and you'll fall
Oh,
down there, and you'll be flipping, and like I said,
wow.
you end up on the ground with your bones sticking out of your side of your leg, fall in the
Oh
river and
yeah.
drown. You'll drown. So it's actually trying to get us to fall into the river like that.
Wow. So those fairies weren't good fairies then.
No, but at the same time too, I was going in there really honcho at the first times that I was going into that place. I was going in there to make war. You know what I mean? I
War.
was real disrespectful. I just wanted to go after the biggest, baddest thing in here, and so that's why they retaliated. And after that, when we went again, it was just me and my son, and we met two girls there who were psychic mediums, and they never been in there, and they're from San Antonio, and they just said we felt that we needed to come down here, and we knew we were going to meet somebody, we just didn't know who. So they went in with us. So it was, but see, it's always four. There's a number. There's a reason to this. There's always four of us. Even if we go by ourselves, we'll meet two people. If I've gone there by myself and I've met three people, So, but they went in with us, and when those fairies came out, she was calling them. She was talking to them, and they were landing on her hand. She was asking them their names. You know what I mean? And she was just telling me, just be good to them. Don't We're not here to hurt you. And I started to change. I started to look at things differently now, because we're the race hunters, so we're always jumping fences and everything else, and I was going after these crazy stuff. And I just showed that if you go into this, when you go into this place, you really have to show respect.
Right.
And now even when I get there, I ask it if it's okay for me to go in. You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
us to
Yeah.
go in. And of course, it always lets us go in now, because I've created some kind of relationship with this place. And so now what we come in different. So now it shows me all this stuff, because you can see. you can see the land change. I've shown a couple of people there that have gone with us. That, like I said, that lady and her husband. And you can see into the forest, and then you can see houses, old houses made out of trees. Like adobe
Yeah,
houses, whatever.
like something you would see in the jungle or something.
Yeah, and then you see the villages, but when you shine your light on it, they'll disappear. If you turn off
Okay,
your
so
light, you'll see it.
the village, so what you see, the village, those houses or trees, are they like old fashioned, like dated back and back in the days,
No, they're
or
not
modern
actual.
or modern or modern stuff?
No, what I mean about houses, they're um, like they're old villages, but old native villages, but not
Oh, okay, okay.
not anything modern that looks modern. But you know that they're houses, just little teepee thing looking. They're not like this though, but they're like something like that. You know what I mean? And they glow because when you get to those parts. But if you light your flashlight, you'll see nothing but trees. You turn
Right.
off your flashlight, and then you'll see them, and you can see them. You can see them in there, and they glow. And there's a part there where the rocks, some of the leaves will glow.
Like
Uh,
Avatar.
yeah, like that. And the ground. There's another spot. There's another place in there where you have to go inside the forest. Though on that one, the ground will shimmer like diamonds.
What?
But
So
but
what do you think? What do you think each location is?
each location is a different time. And
Mm,
because when we came back here, even the first time when we came back to our town, everything was different, and nothing was. There was something that was off. Everything looked the same, but there was something. Even the city looked bigger, and it's like this is not a big town. Being here 23 years, I know what this looks like. There was people too that we used to know, like down the street, but they don't live there no more. Like they never lived there.
wow.
There's a lot of things that changed for us, for especially for my son. I caught onto it really quick. I said we jumped timelines. That's where we lost time. And then even my wife had told me too when we got back the very first time, and she's not into paranormal or anything like that.
Right.
She had told me, she messaged me one time at work early in the morning, it's about 4:30 in the morning, and I was trying to figure out what happened. I said, because there's something different. This doesn't feel the same. It looks the same, but it's almost like I'm in a mirror, like I'm on the opposite side or something.
Mm,
And then she messaged me. She told me, she goes, I don't know what you did, but whatever you did, you need to put it back because you're not the same, and this place is not the same.
mm.
So she picked up on it also, and then that's when I told her. I said, well, yeah, I think something happened because we haven't been the same since we came back. And then of course when we went back a couple of months later, and we could never. It took me a year to find that same interest that we have found that first time, but we crossed over into another place. um, and you can see it. You'll know it looks different. And but even during the daytime, you'll see there's stuff that I have on video that when it does let me record, because even my audios will get erased. It'll get that. I don't know how it does it. It just does it.
So
But
every time you go through that portal, it's a different scene
yeah,
all the
because
time.
it's different ones. It's the one's when you cross the bridge, and then the second one is when you go down. You make a left and you go around the one where you saw me. You'll cross through that one. That's another one. Then you keep going straight, and you'll cross through another gateway. And this next time that I go back, because this last time was when I took Lurker and Pedro, and they experienced all that. They experienced that also, and uh, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go further back in past that third gate. But then there's another one when you come out that we haven't gone into. That's on the left. That's the one that I video. We haven't gone into that one, but all that is still within a short distance. It's within 3 miles. That's
So
that.
so you got different portals
Yeah,
open at the same time in different sections of the woods.
yeah. And then that's
Wow.
only the beginning. There's still further down because we've gone pretty deep in there. The thing I think is like 30 something miles one way on one side, and you
Wow.
still got. And that's if you stay on the trail. But we don't always stay on the trail. We'll end up going into the forest.
Into the woods.
Yeah, into the woods, and we have found some crazy stuff in there. I mean, like I said this last time, um, No, it's just some wild stuff. I had, like I said, I got video of all that stuff, but it's and then there's another side to it also. It's huge. I mean, I have in 2 years, 2.5 years, I've gotten a lot out of it, but there's still way more that I have not tapped into yet. But
So
we're never
say
the same though. Every time you go, you jump, and you come back. Now you're gonna have to jump timelines again. You're
what
doing
do you mean by
quantum.
that? Wait. You going a little too fast for me. Slow down. What you mean jump? Like
You're doing. It's called quantum jumping. You jump timelines because this timeline that we come back to, um, it will start. It'll eventually start to collapse. And if you don't jump the timeline when you start to notice it, then you'll stay stuck in this time. And then that's what happened to my son. And he, you'll you'll be stuck in this time that's not you. It's like you'll be miserable
mm,
because you need to jump. It's like you see that a lot on TikTok now, and I started noticing that because I've been talking about this almost 2.5 years ago, and now I'm starting to see it on TikTok about quantum jumping. That like right now these retrogrades that we're having with the planets and everything,
yeah.
we're jumping times with timelines, and I hear a lot about it now, but I was talking about it for me 2.5 years ago, and so it you have to you'll know when it happens. If you don't, you'll stay in here.
So see, I would have to go with somebody to know because my ass would stay in and I'll be like, how do I get out of this place?
But it's a wild place because you go in there and it's almost kind of like you can create whatever you want when you come back. You can create it in there. So when you come back, you'll create whatever you created, you'll live. But it's only going to last so long before you have to jump again to keep it going, and you'll have to keep going back. It'll give you what you want, but it's going to come up at a price.
Oh wow. That's amazing. That's amazing, Anthony. I definitely would want to experience that at
It's
least one time.
it's like I said, it's beyond paranormal. This is beyond the
That's
gadgets. It's beyond of hearing the little EVPs, of hearing little knocks and stuff like that. That's cool. I'm not knocking nobody. That's great. But this place here, it's way beyond that. You will not be the same. Your knowledge will be different. You'll see things different that you never seen before. Your perception is different. You catch on to stuff way faster
quicker.
than a lot of other people now.
So that's like opening your sixth sense, your third eye.
Yeah, it's gonna open up like that's the reason why I'm so much into this stuff that's going on right now because I see it and it's like I can see it already.
Right.
What's the truth is going on? What they're really doing?
Mm. And I can see it, and I haven't even been through a portal, so I can just imagine if what I would see if I do go through there and I get more advanced. Who knows what I would see?
Yeah, but you'll be surprised because San Antonio, like I said, all of San Antonio is haunted. Everything there is haunted because it's the Battle of Alamos, it's the battles
Yeah.
of this, battles of that, but then it
So
goes before those battles too. So
right
and then they built the whole San Antonio is like one giant cemetery, and they built all these buildings and everything,
on top of it,
plazas, yes, and it's documented. You can look it up,
right?
and it'll tell you that it's built on top of a native burial grounds. Like they have no shame in it, and so it's like I said, it's 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 just so much there, and there's so many paranormal groups that are there, but yet none of them that I found that, and I know a lot of people over there that will go into that forest. They only go to the bridge because the bridge has
Right,
an urban legend, so they'll
right.
stay at the bridge. And I'll see them on lives, and I'll be on there. Go into the forest. No, we don't go into that forest. You got bad vibes. We'll stay right here. It's like, oh my gosh, man, dude, go right there. Look, go right there, go left. I actually guided one of the guys one time. I said,
Yeah,
go right there, go through. Now right there to stop. Now turn right. Now go in there.
yeah, yeah. So in the forest, is there like wild animals in there forest, or is it just a forest?
Well, there's a sign there that says that there's pigs and there's wild pigs and cougars. I think it's cougars or mountain lions. One of the two. I think it's
Boy,
cougars,
mountain lions.
mountain lions, something like that. Snakes and spiders and all that stuff. But I don't think about all that.
Right,
I'm not. I'm not worried about the animals.
right. Anthony. You know what? I think I want to make a trip there.
Yeah, a
Uh,
lot of people do.
no, I'm saying a trip to go in there with you and your team.
Yeah, a lot of people do. They all everybody that's seen it is wants to go there.
Yeah, well,
I'm still waiting.
make let's Jesus, when is a good time to go there? Anytime,
Um,
or is there a certain time when
well,
these portals are open?
the time it can be during the daytime too, but the most activity because during the
It's
day
at
now
night.
we caught that one during the daytime, and then you will see the shadow people too. They'll follow you. You'll see them. I even have some recorded when I was doing that portal.
What are the shadow people?
The dark figures. And I think those are just the natives, or it could be because each place that you cross over has its own beings. Also,
Right.
it's a whole nother game,
Right.
and that's what I said. I always described it like the Warriors, the movie, how they went into different neighborhoods, and all the gangs were different. One with girls, and then
Yeah.
one were,
The
different,
Warriors. You had
yeah,
the
different people. Each gang would look different. They had the baseball guys with the baseball bats. Remember that?
yeah.
You see, so that each one had his own
Had
culture
their own
looking.
identities.
Right.
Right.
So that's what that is. They have their own identity. So it's a whole nother game. And some of them are nice and some of them aren't.
Right.
You see what I mean? And so you during the daytime you'll see a lot of more of the shadow people. And if you can see it and you know where the portals are at, you'll see them. But once it and during the daytime, like I always said, this place looks beautiful. I could live there. I
Right.
mean, I've been wanting to go to sleep in that place
Ooh,
and camp out in there, on a little bed and just go to sleep in there. I'm comfortable in that place. But once it gets dark, that whole place changes. It ain't.
it's a
It's a
whole different ball
yeah.
game.
It's a whole nother ball game, whole nother world. Um, and
Does
there's
it feel creepy? Does it feel creepy at night? Do you feel like you feel people like something's watching you? Do
yeah,
you feel that?
there's a whistle that when we first went there, we heard this long whistle, and
Was it a Bigfoot?
and that's when we started thinking. See, I never follow the UFO or the Bigfoot thing.
Yeah,
You know,
I do. I
I
do.
never have. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
knockings. Have you heard knockings like wood knockings?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I never have. So I never had that preconception in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of this and that. It could be a UFO. It could be a Bigfoot. Because I never went down that road. I was never interested in it. So I didn't know too much. I didn't know anything about it. But the
Right.
very first time we went in there was a long whistle, and it sounds like a bird, but it don't. It almost sounds like those little whistles you blow with your mouth.
Yeah.
It's
Because
just
they do make those whistles.
right. It's a long whistle, and that whistle followed us everywhere we were going. You could hear the whistle either in front of us or behind us. Then you got this feeling that you're being watched.
Right.
It's
Because
real strong,
yeah,
and
they communicate with whistles,
right.
letting know there's somebody, there's something there. Meaning you guys.
Right. And
Uh,
then so that's when I first started noticing that as this whistles following us. And then I do watch some shows on TV like this. It's called a haunted forest or something like that, or it's more of like the Bigfoot kind of thing when they go
Yeah.
out and they're looking for Bigfoot. Well, in one of the episodes that was um, there was these two guys that went in there and they had actual recording of that whistle. And when I heard that whistle, I knew exactly what it was. That's the whistle that I heard over there because it's distinctive,
Right.
and I have it recorded because even when I play it on my TV, my cats go wild. They don't
Really.
like, yeah, they go wild when I've played it before. And I said, you know what? That's that same whistle. Then I found another video of somebody in Iowa or Ohio or something like that, in some forest, and they felt like they were in there hiking, but then they said that something was following them, and then you heard that same whistle. And then but on that other episode, those guys got a bat and they were started to hit the tree.
Right.
Boom,
Th-
boom, boom. Okay.
Right.
So
Knocking.
so I said, you know what? This next time that we go back, I'm going to do that. But also the second time that we had gone back, I ran into a guy, which I have that one on YouTube. It's called a hitchhiker. I mean, not the hitchhiker, the hiker.
Right.
It's on YouTube. I had run into we were trying to find that house that's 6 miles in there, and then this guy he was walking. He had a backpack on, and I stopped him and asked him. I said, "Hey man, how far back did you go?" He goes, "I've been way back there." He goes, "Is there a house back there?" He goes, "Yeah, it's 6 miles. Just keep on going, but it's 6 miles in there." And so then I told him, "Okay." I said, "Well, hey, this is what we do, this and that." We started talking, and then he starts talking about that he called it a different name. He called it a stenema, which is a Sasquatch, which is a Bigfoot. And there are trees, because I do have pictures of that, where the trees, you've seen them where they're broken and they're like this,
Right.
because they mark their territory.
Right.
So and they're big trees. They're not something little, and they're big, and you can see it. That it's not trees that just fell over.
Right.
They're actually like if somebody got them and broke them.
Wow.
And he was showing us pictures that he had, because he was I'm actually do this. I come in here and I'm looking for this because I've seen all this evidence. I've seen the trees. He started showing us pictures and everything. He starts telling us a lot of the stories of what he's felt that's in there. So
Yeah.
so things started kind of leading that
Making sense.
way, that now there's also a Bigfoot in there, or a Sasquatch. And because all the evidence is there, the trees are there, what you see, everybody showing that this is what they should. They make
That's amazing.
make branches and like in circles and everything.
Oh yeah, the nests.
Yeah, and
That's how
then
they start making nests. They bend them like this,
yeah,
and they make circles, and that's where they lay.
and they're in
Their eggs.
there because I have pictures of them too. But we found that also on the third gateway, and then but what's crazy about this is that guy. I stayed in touch with them. And I find out, and I asked him, because I got that ability, and I said, "Hey, can I ask you something?" I was talking to him on the phone. I said, "What do you carry in that backpack?" I said, "Do you do an offering in there?" He says, "Yes, I go in there and I take bread, wine, and I make offerings to it, to the stenema, and I go into the woods." And then it goes, "That's why it doesn't mess with me. It messes with y'all because y'all come in here, you know, all honcho and everything, and I don't. I come in peace." But then I find out that this guy is in the Air Force.
What?
Yeah. So then I started thinking, I said, you know what? Every time I see these shows about anything to do with UFOs or Bigfoots, the military is always there.
Right.
And they build some kind of little camp there or underground or whatever to study these things. I said, so look at this. Here's a guy that's walking out here by himself. He's in the Air Force. He's active. He's government, and he's out here doing offerings to a freaking Bigfoot. If they found out that he's doing that, they probably would kick him out of the Air Force.
Yeah.
So either the Air Force knows and they have him there investigating this thing that really is there,
Or maybe watching you guys.
or maybe watching us or whatever. But they're in communication with this thing, because this guy, it don't fit, because
Right.
they do a mental thing in the military.
Right.
Oh yeah, I believe in UFOs. Maybe they'll let you get away, maybe they won't. But he's active Air Force doing offerings to a Bigfoot. So it's
Wow.
like, okay, so what this just got deeper, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it just got deeper and it got me more interested in going to San Diego.
So
What is it, San Antonio or San
yeah,
Diego? Which one is it?
San Antonio.
Yeah, I'm going to San Antonio.
So along with that, and then all the other stuff that we've seen in there, and see, what was her question? She said
The
something.
question was, let me
would
see.
you say those
I think it's
other
right.
figures would be?
Those other figures would be those who are walkers. I mean, workers. I don't think she meant to say walkers, working to be like the many shaman that are there.
Yeah, I some of them I know that they're part of the tribes, but some of them are other beings, because they're different. It's in different places. You have to cross through the gateways to get to the other ones. So some of them are the indigenous people that were there, but some of them are other beings. But everything is watching you. The indigenous people, the beings, everything is watching you.
Wow. Have you been through two portals at the same time, or just one at a time?
No, when you go to the bridge, you'll cross through one when you go over the river, and then you go down, you make a left, then you go make a right, and then you'll cross through that one, and there's an open field, and then in that open field, it's already another realm. You'll keep going straight, and you'll cross another one, a third one. That's where the trees are bent in such a way that there's no way that these trees could have been bent that way. It's actually like a giant chair, and you can see it. I mean, and I have video of that too. And you see the big trees that are broken this way, but they have vines going underneath them, like they wrap them because it's holding them up. I mean, you start to look at it, and it don't take you long. It's kind of like you're looking at it, it's like, okay, that's kind of weird because that looks man-made. You know
Right.
what I mean?
And there's no one in miles to live nowhere.
No, no
Wow.
one's gonna go in there and make that. I mean, and you can see it in that. And, it looks like a big chair, also, like something big sits there, and that's in the third one. So yeah, you will cross through different ones in a straight line. You
That's
can do that.
amazing.
Yeah,
Pam said, Anthony, I think you feel protected there as if they are family from long ago.
yeah.
There for you.
I've actually come across that already, where I am connected to that place.
Well,
Uh,
I'm
one,
going. I'm going with Anthony, folks.
one of my ancestors. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
but that's like I said, that place we stumbled across it. Like I said, we were doing a show and over there at a club, and once we finished that show, we just decided to go somewhere, and we just ended up going there. But when we first went there, when you make that right off the road, you start going down. It goes like the trees are going like a tunnel, and I felt it for the very first time. I said, man, this place is not a place. This is something different, man. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
when we got there, I mean, it didn't take long. It was hopping that first night. But every time we go, you know, but now it's just really me if that goes there. My son don't go there no more, and I lost one member of it, and then the other member, well, he's in Austin, so now it's just me. I've gone in there by myself.
Well, I don't know. You got the cojones because I want to go there by myself.
Yeah,
I'm scared of heights and I'm scared of the dark. Especially when it's like dark and you can't hear nothing, no birds, no crickets. Something
yeah.
is there that nothing is moving.
You'll know because in some areas it'll get real cold, real cold. It's like winter time. It'll get cold. You can feel it, and it
Mm,
gets real dark. It'll just turn everything just like it just darkness just dims down even darker. You know, and but that's the area where the rocks will glow and the leaves glow, and you can see the houses. You can see the villages through the forest.
wow, that's amazing. I gotta experience
That's what
that.
I'm saying. This is goes beyond a lot of these investigations that I've seen people do, because normally they're getting the VVPs on the voices. They'll get like,
Right, but you actually seeing things.
yeah,
You actually seeing and hearing things.
yeah, you'll get the little haze and stuff, or on their AVPs, or you hear a knock or something like that, which is cool. Like I said, I'm not knocking it. Yeah, it's cool, but it ain't nothing like this. This is a whole nother level of paranormal, man. This beyond paranormal. You're actually going into other realms, other dimensions.
Wow, that's amazing. I definitely I'm interested in going to San Antonio to see this.
Yeah,
And I think that you know, like Pam and other people that are interested, we should all have come up with a date, come up with a date to meet up with you when you're not busy, and we can meet up and just go and see what happens. If we can get a portal open, um, and,
well,
and
I used a frequency to open that portal this last time. It's on my phone. I use a sound frequency to open it.
oh wow. Well, listen. I don't know when but we definitely need to link up and talk about this and reach out to Pam and other people, Liz,
Oh yeah,
Lori.
there's a whole lot. I've been on radio shows. I got invited on radio shows to talk about this,
Yeah, this is amazing. I definitely want to come
and
out.
I'm not done yet. I just barely started. Like I said, once I move there,
You
you know where I'll
you
be.
will be Anthony will be a different guy. You
Yeah,
know, his color, his eyes will turn. I don't know, uh, green or blue.
yeah.
Be like, Anthony, is that you?
And what's funny is that I always tell my family when we go is that um, we're like right after the first time, every time we've gone, say we've been there 11 times so far in 2.5 years, and I always tell them if I don't come back, it's either because I got lost and I can't find my way back, or I was taken. And I'm
Wow,
not joking.
that's scary.
I'm
That's
telling them
scary.
I'm telling them my last goodbyes in a way. In case I don't come back, this is what happened. Either I disappeared or I got lost and I can't find my way back out of it.
So that'll be so scary. If you can't come back, you'll be stuck in the dark.
Because we got the very first time that we were there, we got lost, and there's no way that you can get lost. There's no way. The trail, like I said, it's like a 6 foot sidewalk, and it goes through there. But then it goes, you follow it, and it dead ends, and then it makes a right. So there's a T. You know what I mean?
Right. Uh
And
huh.
then you go straight. You go make a right, and you keep following, and that'll just stay. It, it'll go off into the left again. Way down there. But as long as you stay on the sidewalk coming back, you're going to hit the T. If you make a
Right.
right, it dead ends. You
Okay.
make a left, and then that'll take you back around and take you back to the bridge. So
Right.
there's no way of getting lost.
Right.
It's impossible, but
Yeah.
the guy, the friend of him, when he left, after we came back out, and the girl was still freaking out again, I told one of my members, said, "Hey, take him and her back out, and me and my son are going to stay because I saw that other portal, and I wanted to see if I was really seeing it or it was just something else." So
Right.
I told my son, "Wait here with me," and I told my member, "Take him and her and go ahead and go back out." So he took them,
Hmm.
and then we went to go look, and yeah, we saw it, but we couldn't go into it. And then we start to hear, "I'm lost. I'm lost." And it's like, "What is that? Is that guy?" And it's like, like we heard him again. "I'm lost. I'm lost." And it's like, so we start calling out to him. I'm telling my son, "How did he get lost? You can't get lost. All you do is go, keep walking, hit the T, make a left. If you make a right, it's dead end. So you know you went wrong. So go back the other way. There's no
Right.
way." Well, he comes back, and when he came back, he told us, we told him what happened. He goes, "I got lost, man." He goes, "How can you get lost?" I said, "All right, whatever. Let's start walking back." So we started walking back. We get to the T, and everything was changed. The it didn't look the same anymore,
What?
and we stood there, and I stood there for a minute, and I felt it. I said, "Dude, I don't know what happened, but you're not in the same place, and you think right now that if you sit here and wait till it gets daylight, it's daylight's never going to come. It's going to stay dark like this forever if you don't figure out how to get out of here." And we literally were lost. And it's like we didn't know which way to go. If we went one way, it changed. It wasn't even that way. You just knew it was wrong, and then went the other way, and it was wrong. It's like, how in the hell is this happening?
Mm.
And that's where we lost the time.
You think? You guys stayed in too long?
I don't know. I mean, because we had crossed over already once, so that's what I mean. When we came back, everything changed.
Oh, so
And
so maybe when you first go in, it's one way.
yeah,
When you come out and you go back in, it changes because time changes
yeah,
in that
time
portal.
changes, and everything else changes around it.
Right. So so the way you so that sidewalk might not be there the second time you go through there.
It'll be a different way because I've seen that sidewalk um, because it curves. And there's areas where
Right.
it just curves like this.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you stand in a certain spot and you just look at it, and then you'll feel it. You'll feel it where it's not everywhere, but you'll feel it where you'll stop right there and you look at it, and you'll see it that it curves. But then when you start watching it, it'll start to straighten out.
Oh my God.
The cement will straighten out, and now it's a straight shot now. And then you'll see another big opening there that's not wasn't there before, That's a little girl that was another girl, that lady that went in with us one time. There's only been about 3 people that gone in. Her daughter was about 12 years old, and she started freaking out. So I gave her my little flashlight just to calm her down. I said, "Now watch." I said, "Just calm down. Everything's good. Nothing's gonna happen." I said, "But what? Check this out." I said, "Now start looking at that road right there where it curves like this."
Yeah.
She goes, "Okay, now watch." And I just watch it, and it's gonna start straightening up. And you could see it. It just started to straighten out, and she starts
Oh.
telling her mom, "Mom, look, it's getting straight. It's getting straight." And so you saw it straight, and I said, "Now look straight ahead." And you see another big opening that wasn't there. We haven't gone into that one either, but you'll see the road; it'll straighten out.
So the possibility, when you walk through that first portal, right, and get to where to that place where the sidewalk started straightening out, and you seen another portal. If you go through that other one, what?
I don't know. I haven't been through there yet.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If you go through there, when you come back through there, that sidewalk might not even be there when you come back through the second portal. It might be everything might be different.
Yeah, you
Remember the time you said time changes, you lose time. So if you say you lose 6 hours when you went through the first portal and you went through the other portal, you lose another 6 hours. That's 12 hours you lost of the original time. That
right. They haven't thought about that one. Hey, see, you're
right,
good. I need you to go.
right. You're losing 12 hours. So when you come back through that first portal, the second portal, right, you lost 6 hours. Now you're into the second portal, which you got to come out. That's another 6 hours. When you come out through the other side where you first came in, would it be daylight or nighttime? You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
you already
It could
lost 12
be.
hours.
It could be. It could be because like I said, yeah, I haven't thought about that because I know this other one here that goes. It's even more wilder than that. When we've come back, and I remember because I know me and Sean, I found a symbol on the ground that is actually it's a symbol for time, and
Mm.
it's on the ground. And but I know that we came back. I don't remember which time it was, but we came back, and there's people. Like I said, there's people here that weren't here no more. I didn't know them personally, but I knew you know your neighbors down the street. I may not
Yeah.
know them, but I know I see them from time to time. Well, those people didn't live there no more. Other people live there. How can they be gone in just within a couple of days? You know what I mean? We're only
Yeah.
gone by maybe like 4 days. And then I know there was one time that we came back, and I told this to Sean. I says,
From the portal,
"Yeah,
you
there's
went through the portal, you came back, and the people that were living there when you was living there were no longer living there when you came through the portal.
no." That's when I started figuring out that we're jumping times, and then
Wait,
but there
wait,
was
wait, wait, wait a minute. So wait a minute. You saying times? What if it's not time and it's years?
well, that's what I'm going to tell you. There was one time that we came back, and
I'm on point with my stuff.
I
I'm
remember,
just thinking
yeah,
quick.
I remember there were some people that I seen that were at least 30 to 40 years older. And there was even people on TV that I've seen before, that I've seen before just on TV, that they're old now. They're old, like 80 years old. I'm talking about 30 to 40 years older now.
When you came back from the
When I
portal,
came back, when we
and you
come back,
saw them again, they were 40 years older.
yeah,
Holy crap! So basically, what I'm hearing is that you're not gone for hours. You're gone for years. But it
right,
seems to you, it seems like you're gone for 4 or 6 hours of a time different, but you're actually gone for 40, 30 years ahead of time, or yeah, it has to be ahead
yeah,
because the people getting older. So
right.
you went into like the future kind of.
Now my family stays the same. Like there's some people. These are like people that I don't know. You know what I mean? But the ones that I do know stay the same. So I don't know if that's because of my our conscious, comes into play. And these other people that we don't know, we just see them from time to time, But I did find some symbols on the ground, and I have pictures of those. And me and Sean started working this out because I found out that symbol represents time, and the way it's like numeral numbers, you know what I mean? But they're not
Yeah.
numeral numbers, but they're
The
like that.
numerals, yeah,
Yeah,
like
they're
yeah.
like that. But this is a symbol that represents time, and then when we started to break it down, we found out that he found out that it started to mean like 30 years, 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Boy, I'm smart, boy. You see what I'm saying? I think ahead of time, baby boy. So
Now that one is on another side of that of the end of that
portal.
bridge, but it's on the other side. But that one has a portal on the left and on the right,
Mm,
and that one, if you imagine something coming out and walking across and going into the other portal, because that's where that guy that went there this last February, he saw something run across during the day, right in that same section. When I was watching him, I knew exactly where he was. I've been there already. I know this place where he's at right there,
right.
and on that same spot, I have pictures of two big footprints that are broken into the cement. And I have my foot next to them. So if you look at it, it's coming out of this portal. It broke through the cement. It's so heavy and went across into the other side of the portal because there's a trail there. Because that's where we also seen an apparition of a woman, and that's where he saw those things running across, which he doesn't know anything about this. He hasn't been experienced as much as I have in there. Actually, nobody has, and I can claim that. And but that symbol, we figured out that it was 30 years, 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
So there could be things that we or you ain't even ever seen in your life that are crossing through these portals, going back and forth in time.
Right.
Because you said you seen footprints that cracked the concrete going through there.
Yeah. I got pictures of it. I just have it on my iPad. It's still in the other room.
So I'm definitely going to San
That's what I'm
Antonio.
saying. There's a lot of beans in that, and then right at that one right there on the left side where you coming out, that's where that guy's friend went into the forest there. And then when he came back out into that bush at night, he came back out. That's when he came back out different. He was growling. He was talking all kinds of weird stuff. That there's something evil in here. There's some evil being in there. We need to get out, and there's all kinds of stuff. So that's where he went in.
Mm,
But the thing that got me is that I've been trying to get people to go down there because I want them to experience this because it's going to validate everything that I've talked about. And finally, when that guy went from, actually he's from Ghost Geeks or something like that, but he's a well-known investigator. He went during the day, and he saw that run across where he was down on that road. He seen it run across right where that two portals are at. So I said I knew exactly where he saw it, and that's when he said that he felt that there's no more, this. He said it himself. This is no longer a ghost hunt. There's something that's hunting me. I am the hunter. I'm the prey now. And he got spooked and he started walking out of there. You know what I mean? And I knew what it was. I said, yeah, I know. Keep going. In fact, keep going and make a right and keep going there deeper. You're just right there at the beginning, dude.
right. So what did he see?
He saw something black run across because we've seen that too. When I was with those two girls, we were further on deeper on the other side. We were just walking and everything, and the next thing you know, we're looking down the path, and then you saw four, like it looked like four big dogs in a way, just run across, shoot, 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 but you never heard any noise. See, if there were pigs or anything like that, you're gonna hear it because it's quiet. It's quiet, so you're
Right.
gonna hear the rustling and the whatever,
Right.
or the nail scratching across the cement. You never heard anything. All you saw him go. So he saw the same thing. He saw something black shoot across, but he saw it shooting across, but going from one portal, coming out and going into the other one on the other side. Right. Well, that's where that one is at, and that's already one, two, three, four, five of them.
What?
They're
5 people or 5 portals?
five gateways. Yes.
And you have gone through how many
all of
already?
them except
Oh,
for that.
you in?
I've gone through all of them except no. It's six of them. I've gone through all of them except the two. The one where you have to wait for that one. You have to wait for the road to straighten out, and then it'll appear.
Okay, so see, that's that one there is the, I say for me that's the dangerous one, because you don't know when is that sidewalk actually straightened out. Is it a year after that is straight? Because remember, you're already in a different time, so you don't know when the time of that road straightening out to when it's going to go back into the original
Right,
way that you see it. So if you cross that other second portal after that sidewalk and you come back through it and it's not the same, and you walk it, you might not come out to where you think you first came out, because that sidewalk is not the same anymore.
right,
It's in a different, it's in a different way. So the time might be different when you cross back into it and you come out through the other side. How do you know if you're going to come out where you think you're going to come out, and it's not? It's not that.
right. That's what I mean. We figured out. I figured out that it was 11 o'clock at night when it. That's when it starts. You know what I mean? So just like this last time, we waited. We waited till 11 o'clock. We were out there right on the edge until 11 o'clock, and then I said, "Okay, now we can go in." So that's when we go in at 11 o'clock, and then also too with that one time there, that's when we're trying to figure. Me and Sean were trying to figure out was this okay? So the 30 years, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, is that a time? Is there something more to this that these will open up like that?
Right.
And that's when it comes in. Or is that a time of how long you're gone, forwards or backwards? You know, because
Yeah.
these people, like I said, they were old, and it was like 3 or 4 people that I seen like that. Like, dude,
And
I don't remember them like that. They were young. They were my age or like this when we left. Now I see them and they're old. How did this happen? You know,
so yeah, so basically, you think in your mind you was gone for 4 or 5 hours, but you was actually probably gone for 30 years and didn't even know it, came back, through that portal
yeah,
and into your time,
right.
into our world,
And
and
then, so like
and
I said,
seeing
but
these people.
once you come back, then this time is going to collapse. It's not going to stay like that. And there is a scientific thing or whatever you want to call it about like now that people are talking about more about these retrogrades and quantum jumping, that this time does collapse. This timeline, this parallel time will collapse because they'll meet, and then you're on this one, and then this one will start to collapse. So you need to get on that one,
Right, that's what
and, and
exactly.
if you don't get on it, then you're going to collapse with this one, and you're going to
And
stay
so,
stuck in it. And the only
until it
way,
opens.
yeah, and the only way you're going to get it is because see, I have to go back. I go back. I have to go back periodically now. I cannot stay away. I have to
Right,
keep going back.
but that's a good point. If you're in this portal, you cross this portal, you're in this portal, like you said, and you're standing on this portal, and this portal starts to close, and you get stuck in that portal. What is the time? How do you know when it's going to open? And how do you know if the other one that you're supposed to go through is not closed? Like, you're going to have to catch the right time to go through both of them to get to where you supposed to get to.
Yeah.
No?
Well, I feel it. I started. I caught on, and I remember there was one time. I think it was maybe the third or fourth time. I don't remember which time it was that I jumped anymore. I messaged Sean and I said, "Hey, man, today is a weird day. I think today is the day that this thing's gonna collapse. I feel it." And I was off. I was kind of off all day from work. I got home from work. I laid down on the couch, and I could just feel it that something was changing. I lay down on the couch and I was facing the back of the couch, and I started like to fall asleep a little bit, and then all of a sudden I saw this light just come like a violet blue light and like a red like a reddish light, but it turned blue, and then it drew me like my whole body just went right through the couch and then came right back.
Mm.
But I was waiting for it, And I remember I messaged him and I told him, I said, I just jumped into the other one. But you come back, and after that happens, it takes you a little bit to kind of get your bearings and everything because you kind of don't know where you're at.
When you come back, when you
Yeah,
come through.
yeah. When you go to the next one, you go to the next one. So I have to. It happens maybe. It only lasts maybe 2.5 months, and then it'll collapse. It's getting faster now. Now it's kind of like it's faster. So to me, it's like it don't matter what people think. I says, all I say is this. You know what? You want to prove it? Meet me down there, and I'll take you.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
That's
I believe you.
that's
I
all
just
I
want to.
say.
I want to experience it because Sean is co-signing it,
Yeah,
so I'm already in. I just
yeah.
want to come in and kind of not co-sign. I
Uh,
want to come in and experience what you experience because these are things that, like I said, like the paranormal. This is why I watch you guys because it's always been interesting to me to know what's on the other side. You know, and now you're telling me this. This is more intriguing to me than the paranormal. I want to. This is more like me. You know, like I need to. I'm gonna turn into an investigator.
well, I mean,
This might turn me into an investigator.
well, that's why
Okay,
I say this is beyond paranormal. This is not the EVPs. This is not hearing the scratches or,
right.
like I said, it's all cool. That's cool. I'm not knocking it. Yeah, it is, but this is not the same thing. This is
It's a
different.
different experience,
This is
right?
totally different. It's on another level of consciousness or whatever it is, that's in there. I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, Pam, Sean, Mark, Donna. Donna got kicked out of there. She tried to, Donna.
Yeah.
She tried to go in there. She did go in there one time, but the very first time went in there, it kicked her out.
Wait,
Um,
wait.
there's
How did it kick her out? Like,
it just pushed her out. It pushed her out. She was trying to go in, remotely of what she does, and it just kicked her out of there. And then, but she did nail it. I mean, there's a lot to this story. I mean, even with the feather, everything has it's already been put
yeah,
together. It's but there's like I said, there's so much to this place, and I starting to hear about it a little bit more on other podcasts when they talk about stuff like this, and but it's like I said, it's wild, man. It's wild. It'll change you. You'll change. You'll see. I don't see paranormal the same anymore. To me, paranormal is boring now.
right. Because now you entered something different, something more interesting, something that you want to figure out how things work.
Well,
What interesting?
the knowledge you get from it, because you will be downloaded onto if you can make it. But then you start getting a relationship, and it does show you because there's a story that the natives, that the indigenous people want to tell. They want their story told of what happened,
Yes, yes,
because it wasn't just the tribes. It was also when the Europeans came over,
right,
how they came in and they killed them all to take San Antonio,
right,
which is now known as San Antonio.
right,
So
and
there's a lot to it.
right, and you know what interested me is that stuff you see on the ground, that symbol of time, that that I want to see, that interests me. That like I would love to figure that out and do some more homework on it and see exactly what that is. What does it mean? You know,
Yeah.
the 30, the
It's actually spray painted on the ground, so people could say, "Well, it's just kids doing graffiti." But then again, it's just like the symbol that I saw on the tree. It's a circle. It's a spiral. So of all things that I tried to take a picture of it, but I couldn't get it on my phone. My phone could just keep going. You know what I mean? I couldn't
right,
get it, but I remember it. And I says, and then when I came back and I drew it and I actually showed it to Sean, which it freaked him out because he said, "I know what that is. Look, I have it here." And I already had did the research on it, which that means that's a portal. So to me, it's like, okay, that's pretty coincidental that I see this spiral on the tree right where the entrance is to that portal, and that spiral means portal entrance.
Wow.
So it's like, how is that gonna happen?
Right.
You
I'm
know,
de- I'm I'm definitely coming to San Antonio. Let me know when you be available. A
we're
couple
going
months.
again. We're going again here pretty soon. As soon as I get done with this Fear Fest, I think I'm gonna make a trip down there.
Well. Let me know. Let me know ahead of time so maybe I can plan something and
Well,
come out there and meet you. We can go together. I don't know about Pam or Laura, but you know,
because I
I,
go live. I go live every time I go now.
yeah.
I go
No,
live, and
I know, but I want to be there with you. Like I want to experience it. You know, like and see and see this because this is very interesting. I'm sure the people watching and on YouTube.
what sign are you?
I'm a Libra.
Libra. Okay, so I think you're.
Libra. I'm the weight thing. You know
Oh
the
yeah, you're the weight.
yeah.
You're the
You know
balance. You're the
I got
balance.
there's a balance with me. Yeah,
Yeah. So that may be work out. That may work out because you'll keep all of us on balance. Maybe that's what it needs.
yeah.
But like I say, even with that symbol that's on the ground, people may say, "Well, it's just kids that spray that." Says, "Yeah, but that doesn't just mean that's not just something that some kids sprayed on there. That has
A
a
meaning.
meaning. I mean, it has a real meaning to it."
Yeah.
And so that's the one that I've been trying to figure out too. Is that do I need to be here on a certain day,
Hey,
time, and months, whatever? That's the way it
hey.
comes down to.
Oh, you just said it. What if? What if? What was the number again? You said 30. What? It was
30
30.
years, 30 years, 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
So what is if it's January 30th of the year 30 that you need to be there?
That's what I've been trying to get to.
What if it's telling you January 30th of 2030?
Yeah.
And what and oh wait a minute. Because you know what's happening in 2030 over here, you know, with what's going on.
Yeah. It could be.
Could it be a message? Could it be telling us? Could it be trying to tell you something to cross over? Like that's very interesting. I need to come to San Antonio.
Yeah,
To,
she's meaning that because it only allows certain people to go in there. It'll kick you out of there. It'll get a hold of you so bad that you'll freaking get out. You'll
right. Well, we'll see if it kicks me out. Busy now, he's supposed to be
But the
there.
one that really got me now that you helped in is that one where the road you have to wait and then you'll see that road straighten out and then you'll see the big entrance at the end, which is not that far. You can make it. What happens if we do? Consider that one and the other one is the ones that I get a bad feeling about. The other ones I'll cross through them like nothing now,
Right.
and I'll still keep going further. And if I see another one, I will cross that one too. But those two are the ones that I feel like don't do it.
Okay.
That's why we haven't done it.
And
Don't
why
do it.
and why do you feel that? Do you feel fear? Do you feel like
I
there's
feel like if
something
we go in there, like I said the first time on the other one, when I told my
you're not
kids,
coming out?
if we go in that one, we're not going to come out because we're not going to find our way out. So now that you mentioned that, by going to that one, and because you say you have to stand there and you have to wait, and then just watch it and just watch it, and then you'll see because it goes into an S like that.
Right.
So then you'll start to see it. It'll just start to straighten out on the ground. It's just becomes straight, and
Right.
then down on the end you'll see it. It's a big one. It'll just open up like that, and then so I'm
And what
thinking
does it look
now
like? What does it look like?
it's just dark. You'll see it. It's
Like
like
a
a
black hole? Like a black hole?
like when you ever seen the train tunnels on the mountains,
Yeah.
it's just a dark round
Oh,
thing like this.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like a horseshoe, a dark
yeah,
horseshoe.
right. It looks like a horseshoe. It's just black. It's blacker than everything else. And then so I'm thinking now, yeah, what if we do go into that one, and then on this side it freaking goes back to the way it was.
Right. Like I was just saying. Yeah.
Because the one that me and Lurker and Pedro went into when I took them in there, and I wasn't going to take them in there. I was going in there and I was going to do an offering, which I did, and I was supposed to go by myself. But when we crossed the second gateway, and then I told him, I says, if you can wait here, or you can go with me. But if you go with me, you're gonna go in. So it's up to you. That's fine with me. So he says, no, no, we're with you. We'll go in. So they crossed over with me, and that's the one when leaving. Like I said, Lurker as a witness, he experienced time loss, and he also, when I told him we need to leave now because it's closing, and then he saw it where it just started to get black in there. First, you could see real good. The next thing you know, when I said that, it starts to get dark. You can feel it just closing, like it's getting dark now, really, really dark. And but we got out. But even the first time, we didn't come out the same way we went in. We came out on another side.
What I was just thinking, maybe,
20,
maybe
24, 2 plus 2 plus 4.
equals
Oh
four
yeah,
people.
it's always 4 people too.
Yeah, maybe next time you can say tie a rope from. No, no,
People,
I'm
no,
just
people
saying.
have told me that. People have told me that already
Yeah,
too.
I'm just saying because just to see, experiment, we're experimenting. You're going into a world that you don't know. That you're trying to, So I'm saying we're going through portals, which you can walk right back. So if you tie a rope and you say, okay, you stay here, I'm gonna walk through this portal. You stop here, tie a rope. You walk through this portal, and then you go through the one that you say you don't want to go, tied up. That way, if you go in there, you say, I'm gonna be back in 20 minutes, and 20 minutes comes, you don't come, they can start pulling on that rope and try to pull you out of there.
Yeah, that
I'm
sounds
just
pretty
saying,
good. No, that sounds pretty good.
I'm
Because
just saying an idea because if
I had somebody else tell me that too. Why don't you tie a
yeah,
rope around you and then go in?
yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, it makes because that way, if you say, okay, Vic, I'm going to go through this portal, which I never went. This is the one I'm scared of, and I mean, I need you to stay here. I'm gonna tie this rope around me. I'm gonna go through the portal. If I don't come back in 15 minutes on the dot, you start pulling me back out because maybe I lost my way back. You see what I'm saying? Or I lost the portal. I don't know where I'm at.
But
Pull me back.
I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie where they pull it, and then the next thing you know, it's like, what happened? He's gone.
Well, if that happens, then I know you're lost for good. I'll be like, I ain't going in there. You know what I'm saying? Or we can tie your puppy and send them in there. Send your dog in there. We're 15 minutes and we pull the rope. If the dog ain't there, we ain't going in there.
We'll try something this next time.
Your wife will kill you. She said, you put my dog to the portal?
Yeah.
And say, hey, I wanted to see if I came back.
Dog's gone.
But no, I'm saying I'd rather send something over through there if
we actually had Lurker had a good idea this last time that we went with. He went with us. He actually has a little remote little truck with a camera on it.
Oh, that'll be a great idea.
So he tried to use it, but it wouldn't work for some reason. It wouldn't. We took it. He took it, and we took it out of the car. He started setting it up. Next thing you know, it just wouldn't work anymore.
It wouldn't go through the portal, or it wouldn't work?
Just stopped working. Yeah, stopped working.
Oh, that's
so
weird.
If we were going to do that, we were going to send the little thing in there. Like I said, we come up with some stuff. I mean, this is something that we've been. I sit here sometimes and I think about stuff, or I try to. It's for it to show me. So like, okay, but most of those places, most of the entrances also have their guardians.
They got what?
Their guardians next to it. You want to call them a gatekeeper?
Yeah.
He's standing right next to it. You'll be able to see it as a dark shadow. You'll see it, and so it just there's two of them like that are like that. Because there's another one in there too that I haven't gone into.
But you seen the gatekeeper there?
Yeah, I saw him. I think Lurker and Pete seen him too.
So those are the ones that you talking about that give you that bad vibe.
No, those don't give me the bad vibe, but I mean you can see them. They're there. They're right next to it. So I don't know if they're guarding it or I mean they are guarding it. So right. You can still go through it. You can push your way through it, but I don't know what will happen. Every time we go, I don't know what's going to happen. That's why I told them that last time. I says, y'all can stay here or you can cross over again with me into this one, but I haven't been in here, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, then
So,
we
so they
taking some ropes with us.
so they said, yeah, we'll go in. I said, okay. So we gotta turn everything off. We're not gonna film in there, you know. And we did end up filming, but I filmed during the day. But that's when we went in there, like I said. And then even when we were in there, there was a lot of those glowing little lights that came out that started
Yeah,
coming to us. It got cold in that third one with a big chair because I sat in the chair. I sat in that big chair because I did my offering there, and then you could see them coming, and then you heard it felt it got really cold, and then there was a moment there that we heard like a big tree just go pow, it just broke and fell, and it's like we that was not that was so you could I mean you can tell it was a big chunk of a limb, a big tree that fell, but it was like it got knocked over. You know what I mean? It got pushed over. So I don't know if it was that now, if it was that other Stainham or whatever it is that was coming. You know,
Bigfoot.
yeah, Bigfoot was coming or whatever, you know, because that I mean they all heard it. I just told them just stay calm, don't freak out in here. If you freak out in here, you're gonna lose it, you know. And then we got I think there was a cold rush of wind that came, but that was one of the I would say I would think now it's one of the elders of the indigenous people that showed up also,
Right,
and but but what I liked about that was that someone else got to experience it, you
right,
know,
right.
and that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm not one of these people that I'm trying to keep this for myself. No, go there right now. I'll guide you in there, and then go in there because I want you to come back and tell me and say because it validates everything that I'm talking about, which I already
So,
have gotten it.
so you think these Bigfoots that people see through all these, Alaska and Maine, you think they're going through portals
Yeah,
and coming back?
because in San Antonio there's also missions. There's a lot of missions over there, and there's one mission that has a little forest behind it. We went there to that mission. Okay, that's where I caught the three monks. I actually got a picture of three monks standing next to each other, and uh, that has a little forest behind it. And we the very first time we went to that one, we didn't go in there because I felt the same thing. It was just me and my son, and I said, you know what? I don't think we can go in there. I think we need more people. Which right now I know we need four all the time. It has to be four. And but this last time that we went, just real quick, the four, I finally got earth, fire, because I'm earth. My son, I think he's the water, and then we got the air and and
When
um, the wind. Yeah, we had all four elements with four guys. So I don't know that, but that one, we heard the whistle at that one also, and then so because it starts to talk to me now, and now it talks to me. Now it shows me in my mind. It shows me and it talks to me that they're all connected. All
yes,
those places are connected, and they can go through from one to another from the main one, which is the bigger forest.
wow,
So
this
yeah,
is amazing.
so they travel back and they travel from there. So if they can travel from here, then they can travel to any other ones that are
Right,
out there in other states.
right. Because
So
how do we know if they're in portals in other forests
yeah, no, I'm a Capricorn.
and they're traveling through these other states through those portals because
Yeah,
they've been doing it for years, so they know their portals.
right. That's why they can never catch them. Yeah, there's Pete. Pete knows he was there.
No, the only tourist I got is mine's parked outside.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm a Capricorn. I'm the
Capricorn,
Earth
tell me
sign.
that you're on. What's up, Pedro? What's up? What's up?
Yeah, but
Pedro, you don't missed it all, boy. We done been talking about all types of amazing things.
yeah, he was there. He was
Oh,
there.
Pedro was there. Okay.
Yeah,
I wonder oh, well, I wonder if Pedro can tell his experience going through that portal. Oh, she said I'm a tourist. She said she's a tourist. So wow. This is amazing. I didn't know that. You have gone through that experience through these portals. Um, so this is a whole new thing that we need to investigate. I'm saying we, like me too,
Yep.
but you know, it's interesting and it's worth going to San Antonio to check this out. Um, for my experience, and to maybe even come up with ideas to help you figure out what it is that you're seeing. You
Yeah.
know,
See,
um,
look, he's already saying it right there, Pete.
yeah,
It's gonna. If you go back, it's gonna be a different place. It's gonna be different place. See,
it's going to a different place.
and he's a paranormal investigator,
Right, right,
and
Pedro.
he
Right,
lives there, and he lives there, man.
he
God,
lives
man.
there, and he hasn't gone to the. He
He,
hasn't gone through it.
no, he goes. He's been there at
You said
nighttime,
like a
man.
different world. Hold on. Do I have Pedro on here? Like, hold on. Let me see something. Give me a second. Let me see if I got Pedro on my list.
And he went there. This no, this last time I did the global ghost hunt. Yeah, he did. Yeah, so he went there on my 11th time.
Pedro. What's his last name?
Cardosa.
Cardosa. Oh shit. With a Z or a S?
C Cardoza.
Cardosa. No, he's not on my. He's not on my friend list. So it's it's amazing, and I'm definitely gonna be reach out to you, Anthony. Say, hey, when I can go out to Texas at this time. I'm saying, at this I can be in San Antonio, at this day, this time, and if you're willing, you get your team together, we all can go. Then
Yeah,
that'll be awesome. Um, I would like the other ones to come, like Pam and Lori, people that haven't been there, just
I
so
don't,
that
I don't
so
think they'll
that
make it. I don't think they'll make it.
you don't think they make it to San Antonio or make it through the portals?
Make it to the forest. I don't think they're gonna cross the bridge.
You think they'll be scared?
They'll get the bridge has its own thing also, but like I said, it's because there's an urban legend to it, to the bridge. But so that's where most of the people go, like the
Right.
tourists. 'Cause San Antonio is a big tourist thing. San Antonio's three things: music, food, and paranormal. That's it. And so there's a lot of tourists that go, a lot of kids. You know what I mean? Sometimes they do like Whataburger, McDonald's late at night on a Saturday night at the
Right,
bridge,
right.
and you'll hear them. They go in a little bit and they'll start screaming. They'll come running out, but they don't go as deep as we go.
I just sent Pedro a friend request. That's why I can't find him because we wasn't friends on Facebook. So
So
once he accepts it, I can bring him aboard.
so they so that's gonna say they that's where normally the people go is to the bridge.
I
Even
don't want
though
to. I don't want to go to the bridge. I want to go.
well, you
I
have to
want to
go.
go.
You got to cross the bridge. You got to walk
Yeah, yeah.
across the bridge.
Right.
It's
I
the
want to go.
river.
Right.
And then you go in there. Then you can either go straight, and that's what will take you to that one where the time is at, or you can turn left, and that's going to take you inside.
She said, Pencil, you can send
Oh, he said he accepted.
the link. She said inbox me. Okay, give me a sec. That's
Come on, that face.
I did. Give me a sec. Oh boy. It takes a second before it climbs on my device. Let's see. Got you. Well, these spirits are working fast, boy, because it got him on
I
quick.
told you, man. This turns into this
Eh,
turns. Into, I'm
Hey,
surprised the internet hasn't gone out. Usually, when I talk about it,
yeah.
the screens will start to fuzz out, or the
Jesus, I
cameras
gotta,
will fuzz out.
I gotta, I gotta smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
This one.
No, for real. When every show that I've been on, that I'll start talking about it, either the people in the chat will start having dreams, and they'll message me like, "Hey, man, I dreamt about this in that forest. I dreamt this," or "Hey, this happened over here," or the screens will start to act weird. You know, the whole show will start acting weird.
Yeah, well, you know what? That happened to me when I had Lisa on my show one time, and Barbara. My whole system went down. It just shut down, boom, out of nowhere. And Barbara was talking. She had the dolls with her, and they just whoop. I'm
Yeah,
like, what just happened here? And then Lisa was on it, and everything was like on my side or her side. We couldn't get her. Everything was just like messed up.
yeah,
But this is different.
yeah. This goes beyond dolls and
Yeah, this
everything.
is beyond the dolls of the paranormal, you know, and I've always, when I watch like Star Trek and the black, what is it, the zone, the black zone or something, I forgot what it's called, Twilight Zone, that they talk about the black hole and stuff. If you go through the black hole, so now you're talking about portals, you know, and I'm definitely uh want to see. So folks, we have here Pedro Cardoso. Please welcome Pedro to the show. Hey,
Oh, look at that! He's already there.
Pedro,
You
yeah,
wish,
it looks
buddy.
like
You wish.
he's already there.
I actually wanted to go there tonight, but I'm waiting for a little bit. I'm waiting.
Oh boy. What's up, Dick? Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Don Dick.
All right, all right. So tell me your experience on, at this place in San Antonio. What was it like for you when you went through there?
And it's a whole different thing, man. It's like he said, it's going to a different, another dimension. It's you gotta have your eyes opened up for this. It's you see like a doorway, you go through it, and all of a sudden it gets dark for a sudden, and then it just like opens up. Like you're just seeing little fireflies here, fireflies there, and it's just like you start hearing things out of nowhere, like what's going on. For one split minute, we thought we saw or we heard something big because we were hearing trees, like if something was hitting the trees on top, and it's weird.
Do you think there were you think the it could have been Sasquatches watching you guys or giving you guys a heads up that they were there?
I don't think that, man. I think this is like spirit wise, like big, tall spirit wise.
Really? Wow. That's amazing. And so was that your first time going through that portal?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so when you came back through the portal, the time changed.
It felt a lot different. It felt like we were somewhere else. Like I didn't even, to be honest with you, I didn't even know what part of the walk path where we were at the time when we came back.
Right. So did you notice the time change that you was gone for like 6 hours? Did you experience that, or was that another time, Anthony?
No, the 6 hours when we went the very first time.
Okay. So when you went with when Pedro went with you on that on that one, when you came through back to the portal, was the time still the same? Or
Man,
was
for that, for me, to be honest with you, and that, and I know it had to been probably the
longer?
time for me. I think the time stopped for a couple of minutes. That's what I felt. Like the time stood still on the outside, but on the inside it was like faster pace. Like something was moving the time faster.
That's crazy. So Anthony said something earlier. I don't know if he was watching. That said 30 years, 30 seconds, and 1 minute. Was that it?
30 years, 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Right.
Something.
What do you think, in your opinion, that would mean to you?
a different time because to be honest with you, we were I felt like we were in a different time. It was not the time that we're at right now. It's a whole different time, a different place, different everything.
You felt it. You felt like you was in a different time zone.
Yeah, to me, it almost felt almost like I guess you could consider it like a fairy tale. Like if you would go, like imagine, and
Avatar.
what's his name? What's her name? Alice in Wonderland,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
something like that. Exactly like that.
That's what I call that place. I call it Alice in Wonderland.
Wow. And you can feel it. You
And I
can
didn't know
feel it.
that. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he did. He didn't know. That's what I call it, Alice in Wonderland. And
Wow.
Pedro has gone there many times. You know what I mean?
Oh, I have.
So,
Yes.
but he's never known where to go. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Like where to stop and then where to go in.
Right. This is amazing. So Pedro, okay, how did you feel when you walked through that portal? Was you in fear? Did you feel safe? Did you feel laid back? What was you feeling?
It's more like at a peace. Like no worries. Just take what's around you. Inhale what's around you. Just be like patient. Like hold on.
Like you feel like everything was peaceful around you, like
Yeah, like you need to chill out, like calm down, everything's okay,
it was a
you know
peaceful
what I
place.
mean? Yeah,
It's peaceful in the middle of chaos.
yeah,
That's
pretty much,
that's,
yeah.
that's insane. You know, um, I definitely want to come out there and have that experience with you guys. Because I'm not going in by myself, of course not. I might walk in holding Anthony's hand like a little kid. Like, nigga, don't let me go. Whatever you do, don't let me go.
You
Okay.
know what? You're gonna feel like that, to be honest with you, for a little while, and once you get in there, you're gonna be like Anthony. You By the time you know it, Anthony's gonna be like way gone, and you're gonna be there like by yourself, like literally.
Wow, that's literally not happening. I'll tie a rope against my waist and Anthony just in case. I'm gonna pull his ass back into me like, where you at, buddy? For real, I'm skeptic about things like that. I'm going into somewhere I don't know, somewhere new. We're going to plan. We're going to plan where we all going to be safe and we all going to find each other. We're going to wrap this rope around our waist and we're going to walk through here so nobody get lost. But so what else did you experience, Pedro?
Besides following the fairies, because not only that I saw them, well, I saw them like fairies, but these were actually lightning, but from afar. And Anthony's all like, "Well, let's follow him in." And when we follow him in, there's a bunch of them. You get in the middle of them, there's a lot, like literally, like a family of them.
So okay, so when they surround you, what type of energy do you get? What feeling do you get? A feeling of peace? Do you feel a energy of um I don't know of awareness, like to scared or like what's the feeling?
I think it's just like because they're excited to see somebody new, and they're just trying to know who you are, and you're just like you feel kind of interacting with them. And then they'll leave you alone because it looks like they have other things to go do, like just be around and just to keep us. I felt like protecting, like if there were guards around. And then of course we had this big old figure off in the distance somewhere else, like really tall. Like, hey, man, what's going on? You can even hear this like big footsteps and everything else from a distance. When where we were at.
So so this kind of sounds like the movie Avatar. Remember when they were by the tree when the guy was dying and the little things came around the Avatar, those what do you call them the little lights, the fairies. Was it similar to that? Where the fairies were all around you?
I guess you could say that because I haven't really seen that part where you're talking about.
Okay. Well, either way, this is interesting, and
It's like they come to see what your intentions are.
mm,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they, like I said, the very first time we went, they actually surrounded me and they were blinding me. You know, they were going in a circle, and then my son had to come in, and because the other one didn't want to come in. He goes, "I need to go help my dad," because they were all going in circles around me, and I told them they were blinding me. Uh, but then there was a figure too on the ground in front of me. But like I said, at those times there, I had my intentions were different. And it wasn't until I took that girl in, those two girls, and she started to talk to them, and she started to tell me what they really were. And then after that, that's when I made peace with them. You know what I mean, with the place. And you only can make a peace with only certain things, because there's still other things that they're not about peace. So
right.
I feel like they come around because I can call them now. I can call them, and that's because when we were in the straight ahead on the road, the dead ends. Remember, Pedro? When I say what, they were all there also,
Yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
followed us to the
That's
other
the road.
place. So now I know that they know who we are. They know who I am, because
Right.
like we know each other now. So
Yeah.
I think that they come around to see your intentions, and then if you have bad intentions, then they'll start either attacking you like they did me that day, or they'll go and get something else to come.
Wow. This is something out of a fairy tale.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah, it feels like that. Truthfully, yeah.
You
that's why I
know.
say it goes beyond paranormal. It goes beyond the gadgets. It goes beyond the normal scratches and knockings and EVPs of hearing little voices and stuff. I have actual video audio where you hear the women crying. You hear the drums.
Wow.
You hear all that stuff. I have audio of it. You hear it with your ears. It's not something that I'm just recording it.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes you can't pick up those types of recording when you have this women's like crying or yelling, especially in that area, because I have heard stuff like that too, and you'll get the feeling when you approach the well, he was talking about the bridge. You can feel it from there on the other side of the bridge, and then it continues into the woods. Because
Wow.
that's where I have seen the full body apparition of a female on the other side of the bridge.
What's up, Andre? So, you know, this is this is definitely something I'm interested in coming out there to San Antonio and experience it. And with my luck, I'll probably go in there. There won't be no portals.
Just come with all you can come with an open mind.
They'll be like, "Here comes scary ass Vic. That we ain't opening up nothing for him." You know, but but yeah, I would love to come out there with you guys and go out and see if we can get lucky and get one of those portals open and go through it and see what experience I get. Um, because this is something that you don't see every day. Something that is one of a lifetime that you might be able to go through a portal and get that experience that you guys have been experiencing. Um, and Pedro, is that your first time going through that portal with Anthony?
Yes.
Would you
Or
go
at
again?
all, at all. If I was one to go, yeah, I can go again.
You can go again.
Hmm.
Okay. Wow. So definitely, uh, definitely it's worth going out there to see that and experience that. And I'm sure a lot of people that are watching probably thinking the same thing. Probably want to go and experience going through a portal and seeing what's on the other side. My biggest thing is I want to go is because I want to see the time difference to see how time changes from the time that we go in, right, and the time we come out. See how long the time difference is. And then,
It's gonna. I think it's gonna be difficult to do that in a way. I'm gonna tell you this from my experience. Even if you use your own watch, I'm gonna tell you this much: the time that you go in and the time you come back, it's gonna be the same time.
okay.
But it's a whole different time actually going beyond the portal.
Mm. Interesting. It's still interesting.
It is. It is.
So Anthony, be prepared when I call you. I'm gonna have my bags
I'm
ready.
ready. I'm
I'm gonna
ready.
have my bags ready. Say, hey, I'm coming to San Antonio, and you know, I got my kit with me.
I'll be there. I'll be there in 4.5 hours.
4.5.
I can be there in about like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in San Antonio, Pedro?
Oh yes, that's where I'm originally from, sir. I'm not that far away from what we're talking about right now.
What's the nearest motel or hotel near you?
There's one on 16. It's like literally down the street from where Anthony's talking about.
Okay.
16 and what is that? 35. Or is it no? I'm sorry, 16 and 14. I'm sorry.
Right, because if I come, I want to make sure I get my hotel next to where one of you guys at, so that we don't have to drive too far. But yeah, definitely.
Hey, and Pedro has a dog. He's the one with the dog.
My baby's inside.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want? Okay, so we can send the dog into the full portal.
No, the dog. He has a doll. The
Dog.
Oh no! I ain't coming to Pedro. I ain't coming to Pedro.
Yeah.
Forget about it. I'll be at the hotel.
We took her in
We'll
the one.
We'll
I
wait
think.
for you to drive down, Anthony, and then we'll go.
Yeah, we took her in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna show her to Don Vic real quick. Look, I just need to come and get her from my daughter's room because she's the one that takes care of her.
Oh boy. Oh, you hear the cat? You hear the cat already? Oh, poor
Yeah.
cat. Cat's wilding out.
She's in the back.
Wow. This is interesting, Anthony. I didn't know about all that.
I'm gonna put it back in a minute.
Yeah.
I know I heard you speaking about portals before, but you didn't really get into details about it. But okay. Hi, Dolly.
That's Diamond.
Oh boy. And what does this doll do?
She's really nice. She actually has helped. Well, she has helped me. She has helped me actually communicate with other spirits at locations when I do take her. And she's really active with like the K2 and sometimes with a spirit box.
So what's the connection with the dolls and the spirits?
So so with her, actually I had to go pick her up, and it was 4 other dolls all together in Austin because this lady was having a situation where she was having a bad relationship with the guy that she was with. They were having like conflicts and stuff, and her daughter was all like, well, it's probably it's probably the dog. It's probably one of the dogs. And so she was all like, well, can you come and check it out for me? And stuff like that. So I went all the way from here to San Antonio, from San Antonio to Austin. It took me about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half or so to get from here to where she was living. And we did a small little investigation, communication of what was going on. And there was actually, I want to say three dolls that stood out that caught my attention that, were more active. She's not real like aggressive active, like, like, hey, no. She'll communicate when When I'll talk to her, she's really nice. She's not the problem. The other three were kind of there was one that's worse than her, and then the other two were active. So in other words, two dogs you can talk to and they'll communicate like right away, or they'll do stuff. They'll either scratch you or just do whatever they need to do, just to get your attention. And Anthony's seen two of them. That Sydney Reyes has the two of them, and those she's gotten them down to where they're calm. One of them she likes to bring around every now and then to, to conferences and stuff like that. There's a what is that coming up in here soon, Anthony? That Spook Fest, or what is it called? On the 13th, 17th, somewhere on there at Block Frontman.
What?
Fear Fest?
There you go. So Cindy Ray is gonna be there as a spokesperson.
She's gonna be at the Paranormal Fest,
right?
Yeah,
So she's gonna be bringing. I forgot her name, Amy, or I forgot her name offhand. But she's gonna be bringing one of her dolls, she's real communicating. Last time she brought her, she was talking on the stage, and I kid you not, me myself, I saw it, but I don't know if it was accidental, but I know what I saw. I saw a spirit actually push down Sydney Reyes from this platform, which was about a foot off the ground.
Yeah.
So that's interesting,
Yeah.
And that other one, other ones I gave to I forgot his name. They do the tours here in San Antonio. The Curious Twins.
Yeah.
So I gave them the other dolls that I had. One of them I did not want to open by myself. And when I brought that doll home, my daughter did not want nothing to do with that doll, because she didn't even know what how big it was or what it looked like, because I had her inside of a box. So she's like, I told her, you want to open this one up so I could show you. You want me to open it? And she was like, no, get it away from me. And she was like pushing the box away, not wanting nothing to do with the box. So I took it to these guys, and I told the guy, can we open it up? And he's like, yeah. Well, I opened it up in front of him, and I had this bad feeling like, oh, I don't want nothing to do with it. And it looked like a Japanese doll. It was porcelain. The hands were porcelain, the legs were porcelain, and the body itself was just material.
Mm.
So the spirit that was attached to it felt out of control, like just bad.
Mm.
So there was a bad spirit on it. That's how I felt. So that once that got out of my hands and everything, I felt good. Like it was okay. Everything's good. And for as far as what I know from the owner, everything went back to normal. Everything was okay. That she got rid of those dolls, and they told her to stop buying dolls at an antique shop or anywhere like that, because spirits can be attached. So what happens? You're asking me, what's the deal about the spirits and dolls? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what happens? Some spirits will look for vessels to lean on, and some of these, huh?
To attach to, they look for.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So sometimes they'll see us as humans, like care for certain dolls, like, oh, I like this doll, I love this doll, giving affection to that doll. So they want that affection sometimes, or they'll want to seek that affection, and they'll get themselves inside that doll. Their spirits will be inside that doll, and you're caring actually for a spirit. And then when you start doing something wrong, they'll manifest, they'll show themselves, or they'll start moving. And sometimes these dolls are already like, are crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing, it goes all the way back to like Annabelle and all these other dolls that weren't. That doll was originally owned by a killer.
Oh wow. Huh.
So she got her body and her spirit into that dog.
Mm. That's you guys are in crazy world. I'd say, you know. But again, I'm always you know been attracted to it. Because it's just something that it's just unbelievable to believe. But I'm a believer, I'm a believer, and when I see it happening, it just blow my mind because you those things you see on TV and and you be like it's a movie, you know, but knowing that it does exist, it's something unbelievable. And you got to have a lot of cojones to do what you guys do.
And a lot of people,
A lot of what?
I think he froze.
Oh, he froze. Yeah, but
The dog done got it.
yeah, oh
But
boy.
the other
want
dog,
to actually get one piece of evidence out there to show anybody because it's not right away like anybody sees on TV. It's not like right there and then. It
Right,
just that it takes months.
right, right. I get it. I get it. But right now, the most interesting thing that got my attention is the portal. That definitely would be something to go see and experience it. Um, I don't know how the portals work. I don't know if they're always there or you have to wait a certain time for them to open or close. Like, how does that work, Anthony?
well, they're there. It's just you just gotta go there. Like I said, I can get them to open. The ones that I already been to, they're there. Like I said, there's like 5 or 6 of them that I know of.
Wow.
And so yeah, I can get in there. Next time that I go, I'm gonna go past where me and Pete and Lurker were at. I'm gonna go past that one and go to the one behind it.
Right. Warren Area Society of Paranormal's in the building. What's up? So, have you ever questioned yourself, Anthony? Why are so many portals in that area?
Like I said, because of the land and what happened there. You
And
know,
each portal has their own story,
um,
basically, kind of like.
it's it's just because there's so much stuff that's happened there that it's attracted other beings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess you don't really know the whole the actual some stories behind the I call it the Dunkleator Bridge. That's how I know it. The whole story of what happened down in the south, and there was a battle fought in
Yeah.
that area a long time ago, and I always bring it up on some of my lives because when I go there, that's why I bring it up. It's called the Battle of Medina, and it wasn't that far really from there. And the river that runs right there was carrying blood from the soldiers.
Right. That's what Anthony was saying that there was a lot of wars there, and even beyond before that, there was wars and people that died before the Indians and stuff like that. So you're right. There could be a lot of spirits there. Maybe that's why there are so many portals. Um, they're going at the same time. Um, the ones that Anthony says that get him a little freaked out that he hasn't crossed over to, which are the bigger ones, right, Anthony?
Yeah, I think so. I think those, like you said, now that you got me thinking about it, I think those are on times
You
because,
think?
like I said, that one will open up. The road will straighten out when it's straight, but you have to wait, and then you'll see it open. You'll see it straighten out. But like you said, what if you go through that one, and then
The other
it
one
change
closed,
the one on this side closes? It goes back to the way it was.
right?
Because that's the reason why I didn't go into the other one because I knew if I went into that one, like I said, I told my son, I said, if we go in, we're not gonna find our way out on that one.
Right, because I mean, it makes sense. If you go through one portal, you're there, but you cross another portal, then the other one that you already went through might close because you're already in the other portal. So when you come out that portal, how do you know if that door is going to open, or you got to wait a certain time for it to reopen to go through, and who knows how long that might take
Yeah, if it opens.
if it opens. So that is very interesting and very scary.
We're race hunters, man. I'll do it.
we're gonna go there. We're gonna touch him. We're gonna send Anthony to the big door and see if Anthony come back. If not, we're gonna pull him back after 15 minutes.
See, and then like we all will experience somewhat similar to the same thing, but everyone's going to still experience something different because
Right.
the very first time we went in, once we made that left, and then we got to that T to make a right, my son saw a big gate there, and he describes it real good. Even in this last video that I have, he's describing it. It was like a metal gate, and it had some kind of symbols on the side. I don't remember seeing the gate, but I know that when we went back, it was different there. It wasn't the same way I remembered it, but I never saw the gate. But he saw that big metal gate, and he can describe it like to a T, you know.
Wow.
So so that's what I mean. It just depends on the person, I guess, and where they're at, you know. They're going to see something different, but that gate really got me because not only he saw it, that other guy, the girls, their friend saw that gate too.
I wonder if they can remember the symbols.
He's tried. I don't think he can. I don't know. Right now, he don't want nothing to do with it. He's already.
He said, "I'm out."
He's already done.
Smart guy.
Yeah, he's already done with all the paranormal. Like I said, I lost one member, my very first members. I lost one because of that place.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that person didn't get good energy or something.
He had an experience in there that he didn't tell me like till 3 months later.
Oh.
We were in there, and that's like, man, you should have told me, man. It was good to know, man, that there was stuff around me. You know what I mean? You want to wait 3 months later that I was fixing to get sniped, you know? But yeah, it was like 3 months later that he ended up telling me about it, what happened to him in there. So he just didn't want anything to do with it.
Oh wow.
He didn't want anything to do with anything either no more.
Oh, so he probably got spooked.
Yeah. Yeah, he bailed.
Yeah. Well, shoot, man. So listen, there's more to talk about. I want to thank you guys for coming on. We've been here for a while.
4 hours, 17 minutes.
I want to get something to eat, but this is interesting. This is why I love the show. The paranormal is amazing, and so is this story you're telling me with the portals, and the portals is actually catching my attention.
And that was actually only 2 times that I went. I've been there 11 times.
Oh boy. Yeah, so we need to walk with the king of the portals. So and to see if we can experience anything. But I definitely thank you, Anthony, for coming on the show. Pedro, thank you for coming and telling me your side of the story. Hopefully we can meet up sometime this year or before we get into this crisis stuff. And
I know that sucks, man.
Yeah, and check and maybe get to the portals. Maybe I want to stay on that side and don't come back.
You can actually do that.
Go on the other side, Pedro, Anthony. Don't come back. Just stay on the other side.
Remember, I told you when you're in there, you can create whatever you want to come back to.
Oh man, I want to come back to Mom to Avatar. Beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a blue guy. Okay. But all jokes aside, thank you guys for coming on the show. You guys are great. Everybody follow Pedro, follow my man Anthony, they're paranormal investigators. And thank you guys for coming aboard. I'll see you guys soon.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for having me on, man. That was a good talk that we had.
Yes, sir.
People needed to hear that.
Yes, sir. They need to hear both sides. All right, guys. So I'll see you guys. You guys have a great night and stay safe.
All right.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, folks, my man Anthony and Pedro, two amazing guys. Make sure you guys follow them. Thank you guys for tuning in and listening. Remember to share, shake, and sharing is caring. And remember, anyone that wants to come on the Don Vic Show, you got a story to tell. You're an actor, director, producer, rapper, book writer. You want to come on my show, inbox me, and we'll give you a date for you to come on the show. Thank everybody that tuned in on all the comments. Thank you guys so much. Warren, thank you for tuning in. And everyone else, love you guys. And I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to leave you out with peace, love, and respect. And you already know the vibes. I'm out of here. Peace.